Starlit wishes. A Winter Brothers of Palmar Island romance. Written by Susanne. Chapter 1. That's not helping, Mark Winter called down from the roof of the farmhouse he grew up in. He put his eye back on the powerful telescope for a better look at the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in the night sky, but it was no good. Turn the lights back off, he called out into the chilly night air. When no one answered and the icicle lights stayed on, he sighed and packed up his telescope before carefully making his way back across the roof to the window of his childhood bedroom. Wash up. Dinner is ready, his mother said, wiping her hands on her apron when Mark walked into the farmhouse kitchen. I guess that's why the Christmas lights are making it impossible to see much of anything up there. He pointed up to the sky. Mrs. Winter shrugged. I figured it was the quickest way to get you off that roof. Don't fight it. Not much has changed around here, Ethan said. And for the record, I was the one who flipped the switch on those lights. Sorry, brother. Because I told you to. Fix your plate, and Mark, hurry up before this food gets cold. Their mother pointed to a stack of white dinner plates that were waiting by the stove. Mark shook his head and walked over to the sink. Bathroom, please. Have you forgotten everything I've taught you? His mother's eyes narrowed and Mark turned on his heel to head to the hall bathroom. His hands were still damp when he returned, taking the plate she handed him, and kissed her cheek. Thanks, Mom. Don't thank me until you taste it. I'm trying a new recipe for country fried steak. It might not be edible. I seriously doubt that. He sniffed. The scent of the crispy fried meat was making his mouth water. Only one way to find out. Ethan dug into his portion. Mark knew better than to drag his feet when it came to food. His father and brother worked hard all day on the farm, building up quite the appetite. And after his evening session in the cold air on the roof, he was more than ready for his mother's home cooking. What do you think? She asked, watching him carefully as he ate. I say that the new recipe is a keeper. He smiled and cut off another chunk. I agree. It's delicious, Maggie. His father reached over, taking his wife's hand. Maggie Winter's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Good. Eat up. You know I don't like leftovers. They ate and chatted about their day, his work at the Aerostar, and, of course, his lack of a dating life. I promise I'll find someone. I think you should be more worried about Daniel. He spent the last 6 months on that remote island, looking at nothing but birds, Mark said. When is he flying in? Ethan asked, not looking the least bit disturbed about whom their baby brother might show up with this Christmas. Tuesday. It's a shame he's missing your stargazing event. It would have been nice to have him film the whole thing, his mother said. And have more people trample through my pasture? I don't think so, his father grumbled. It'll be fine. I walked out there earlier. The soil is dry and we won't need the back pasture until well into spring. That gives the grass plenty of time to recover. Ethan scooped more mashed potatoes onto his plate. I still don't see why you can't do this from the driveway. The roof worked fine for you when you were a boy. His father rose and put his plate into the sink. Too much light pollution. The telescope I'm bringing is more sensitive than mine. Mark bit back a comment about how it had ruined his studies of the stars anytime someone had turned on a light in the house. Like it had tonight when his brother had lit the Christmas lights. Henry, let the boys have their fun, his mother said. It's one night and they are looking at the Star of Bethlehem. Not exactly. It's a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, Mark said. It drove him a little mad that the town had decided to market the stargazing event as something related to Christmas. And everyone coming out Friday night is coming to see the Christmas star. Accept it. She shook his head. And you'll get to tell them all about constellations and conjunctions while we have cookies and hot chocolate. What? He turned to face the woman who had birthed him. Oh, didn't I tell you? Miss Doris and I are taking care of everything. People need to warm up and your brother explained that a bonfire is out of the question. We'll make sure people stay nice and toasty with hot chocolate. And who doesn't love a good cookie this time of year? His mother smiled at him like this was anything but a horrible idea. You realize I'm bringing some very delicate and very expensive equipment up here? The last thing I need is to have people getting crumbs anywhere near the telescopes. He didn't want to think about what would happen if someone spilled hot milk products over them. He'd never hear the end of it, and it would be the last time the astronomy department of the College of Charleston would let him borrow anything. It'll be fine. If I can keep an entire group of kindergartners from spilling their drinks, I'm sure I can handle whoever shows up to see the Star of Bethlehem. She waved him off. Mark hoped his mother was right. Because judging by the look on her face, cookies and hot chocolate were happening no matter what he said. You have got to be kidding me. Mark jumped out of the car and ran behind it, where a candy apple red Mini Cooper had crashed into him. Well, the driver of said Mini Cooper had. Are you okay? A tiny wisp of a woman with chestnut hair, framing her slim face, climbed out of the compact car. Her hazel eyes scanned him from head to toe. What were you doing? Never heard of a red light? Mark pries his eyes away from her and her colorful wool sweater and looks at the damage their minor collision has done. His Land Rover had fared well. Her Cooper, not so much. The front bumper had a pretty serious dent in it. None of that mattered, though. Pulling open the back door, he checked on the set of powerful telescopes he'd carefully placed there less than 2 hours ago. Yes, I've heard of a red light. Have you heard of a green one? You can't take off when it changes and then change your mind. He lifted the first case and ran his fingers over the metal body of the powerful optical apparatus. Are you listening to yourself? Look what you did to my car. She put a hand on his shoulder. Mark turned, rage boiling inside his chest. What I did to your car? You crashed into me. And there's no telling what damage that did. I can tell you exactly what it did. Not a scratch on your car. No dent, no nothing. What it did is wreck my car. She stood there in her knee-high boots, hand on her hip. I'm not worried about the car, Mark said, opening the second case. He realized he wouldn't know if either telescope had been damaged until he took them out and pointed them at the night sky. Which was hours away. And there would be people waiting, expecting him to show them the magnificence of what lay far beyond the Earth's stratosphere. What exactly are you worried about, then? She asked, her voice sounding more than a little impatient. These. He turned and motioned to the interior of his trunk. Trust me, these telescopes are worth a lot more than your dinky little car. What are those? She walked closer, the scent of jasmine and sandalwood engulfing him like a cloud. Telescopes. Very expensive telescopes that aren't mine. He ran his fingers through his hair, massaging his scalp in hopes of releasing some of the tension in his body. What are you doing driving them around Palmar Island, then? She looked around and he followed her gaze up and down Main Street of the sleepy little town he'd grown up in. I'm an astronomer and I'm hosting a stargazing event tonight. These are powerful telescopes on loan from the College of Charleston. He stepped aside to let her get a better look. The woman walked closer and bent across the open cases for a better look. They seemed fine. I don't see anything broken. Unlike my bumper, and who knows what it did to the frame. He turned and took another look at her car. I doubt it did anything to the frame. Unlike these instruments, it's pretty sturdy and built to absorb shocks like this. It had been nothing more than a fender bender. At worst, the woman would need a new bumper and maybe replace the hood. Truth be told, he could probably take care of it with a handful of tools and a bit of paint. Let's hope you're right. She pulled her chin-length hair up into a tiny little ponytail and tugged her colorful sweater down. It looked hand-knit and vintage. Little clay snowmen dangled from her ears, and he thought he detected splatters of paint and ink stains on her hand. I know I am. The telescopes will be another story, though. They might look fine, but I won't know for sure what internal damage there may be until I get a chance to check on them. Worst case scenario, how much are we talking? The woman asked. Mark shrugged. Somewhere in the $20,000 to $50,000 range. Each. He watched her face turn white. Hopefully it won't come to that. But we should probably exchange insurance information, he said, pulling his wallet from his back pocket. Right. She walked back to her car and returned with a large patchwork bag. Digging through it, she produced her driver's license and insurance card. Mark took a picture of each and handed her his cards to do the same. Would you mind calling me when you've had a chance to check on the telescopes? She asked, scribbling her number on the back of a fast food receipt that still faintly smelled of French fries. I can do that, Lena, he said, looking at her driver's license. I'm Mark, by the way. Mark Winter. Welcome to Palmar Island. Chapter 2. What a jerk. Lena shook her head and clipped her phone back into its holder and pulled up Google Maps. The address to her rental was still saved. Grateful for the small blessing, she pulled off. The Land Rover was long gone. It was time to let it go. She was on Palmar Island, a beautiful barrier island off the coast of South Carolina. It was almost Christmas, and her luck was about to change. This place was exactly what she needed. She could feel the inspiration building inside her as she drove past a beautifully decorated Christmas tree smack dab in the middle of town. And she wasn't going to let some nerd and a fender bender ruin her fresh start. This is cute. She pulled up to the curb of the beachfront home that would be her home for the foreseeable future. And who knew? Maybe this place could become more. A place to put down roots and rebuild her life. Lena slung her purse over her shoulder and walked up to the front door. You must be Lena Morgan. I'm Doris. Welcome. A gray-haired woman in her late 60s or early 70s gave her a big smile. I am. Thank you. She looked around the front of the place. You have a beautiful home. Miss Doris laughed. You haven't seen much of it yet. Come on in. I'll show you your room. Don't mind if I do. I'm ready to get out of these clothes. Driving nonstop through the night had gotten her here on time after the traffic jam on I-95, but it had taken its toll on her outfit. Including a particularly sticky stain from the gas station vanilla cappuccino she'd picked up on the drive. I think we can make that happen. Do you need help with your luggage? Lena shook her head. This will do for now. I can get my art supplies later. That's right. You're a painter. You'll love the view, Miss Doris said. See for yourself. Lena followed her landlady through the house and into a cozy living room. The sheer curtains let out a little light. The lamps scattered around side tables added to the soft glow that filled the space. Miss Doris pulled open the curtain panels and exposed the most beautiful view. It took Lena's breath away. It was stunning with its tones of gray and brown. There were a few pieces of evergreen and hints of blue in the water of the Atlantic Ocean spreading out in front of her as far as the eye could see. It's much prettier in the spring, of course. Miss Doris turned around and shrugged. I love it. Would you mind if I sat here to paint? Lena asked, holding her breath. Her fingers were itching to rush to the car for a canvas and her favorite brushes. Not at all. Let me show you to your room so you can take that shower first, Miss Doris said. Unless? Lena looked at the woman who was gazing at her with wide eyes, the steel gray matching the winter clouds above the water perfectly. I'm heading to a Christmas event at a local farm this afternoon. It's nothing huge, but there will be cookies and hot chocolate. If you're up for it, you could join me and meet a few of your new neighbors, Miss Doris said. It's been a long day, and I'm not sure I'll be great company. Lena thought about everything she'd have to do to get settled here. Plus dealing with getting her car fixed. Of course. I completely understand. But if you change your mind, we'd love to have you. Miss Doris smiled at her. And to be honest, I could use an extra pair of hands delivering the cookies. Lena peeked into the kitchen where hundreds of cookies were sitting out on cooling racks. Packing them all up and moving them halfway across the island, or wherever Miss Doris was going with them, looked like a daunting task. I'll see how I feel after a power nap. Miss Doris nodded. I'll save you a plate of them if you can't come. Lena checked out her room and took a long, hot shower before unpacking her bags. By the time she sat on the comfortable queen-sized bed and pulled up her laptop, she felt better. Until she made the mistake of checking her bank account. That's depressing. The implications of today's fender bender came crashing down on her. She couldn't afford to fix her car or report the accident to her insurance company. There was no way she could afford to have them increase her rate. And if those telescopes were damaged? The thought made her stomach cramp. A soft knock on the door pulled Lena out of her dark thoughts. Yes? The door opened barely a crack. I made a fresh pot of coffee, if you're interested. Coffee sounds great. The scent of the hot beverage wafted into the room. Lena followed it into the kitchen. A steaming cup of coffee, sugar, cream, and a small plate of cookies were waiting for her, along with Miss Doris. Sit. Tell me a little about yourself while I pack these up. The older woman stacked sugar cookies into a tin. Can I help? Lena asked. There's no need, Miss Doris said. Enjoy your coffee and let me know how you like the cookies. I don't mind at all. Lena looked at the baked goods scattered across every flat surface in the large eat-in kitchen. Another batch was in the oven, and from the looks of it, Miss Doris wasn't done yet. I like keeping my hands busy, and you look like you could use the help. Miss Doris chuckled. You're not wrong there. If you're sure you don't mind. Not at all. Lena washed her hands and got to work. Between the two of them, they were done before they finished their second cup. I appreciate all the help, Miss Doris said, sitting down with a soft sigh. You're welcome. When are you leaving for this holiday event? Lena asked. Miss Doris glanced at her wristwatch. In about 2 hours. Lena nodded. That gives me time for a quick power nap. I'll give you a hand loading these in the car. There's no need. You enjoy your nap, Anne. If the offer still stands, I'd love to join you, Lena said. I need to get out of the house for a bit, and you're right. It's a great opportunity to get to know some of my fellow residents. Pushing all thoughts of car repairs and bills out of her mind, Lena went back to her room and stretched out on the bed. By the time her alarm went off an hour later, she felt refreshed and ready to tackle life. You look better, Miss Doris said, glancing up from the book she was reading when Lena stepped into the living room. And very festive. Is this too much? Lena looked down at the pair of patchwork jeans and the colorful Christmas sweater she wore. It was thick and cozy, with a large decorated tree appliqué across her chest. By far Lena's favorite feature was the small lights that lit up the tree at the press of a button. Not at all. I think it's perfect. You'll have to tell me where you found it, Miss Doris said. I made it. Lena stacked 2 of the boxes of cookies on top of each other. You're a very talented young woman, Miss Doris said. I can't wait to see what this place inspires you to create. You and me both, Lena muttered under her breath. What was that? Miss Doris asked, her attention on packing up the last batch of cookies. Nothing. Why are all of these cookies star-shaped? Lena asked. Because tonight is the night the Christmas star appears in the sky. It's the theme for the party we're headed to. Ready? Miss Doris asked. As ready as I'll ever be. You may want to grab a coat. We'll be outside for at least part of it. Miss Doris pulled her own from a hook by the front door. We are? Lena wondered if she would regret her decision to join the festivities. I'll be right back. Miss Doris was outside, putting the first stack of cookie-filled boxes in the trunk of her Oldsmobile. What happened to your car? Lena turned and looked at the sad state of the front of her Mini Cooper. I got into a little fender bender on my way to your place. Miss Doris walked over for a closer look. Looks like a little more than a fender bender. Did you call your insurance? Lena shook her head. It'll be fine. I'm sure I can bang it out with a hammer or something. No insurance? Miss Doris raised an eyebrow. I have insurance, but not full coverage. It's not currently in the budget. She shrugged. The past 12 months had been a challenge. But all that was about to change. It's what this move was about, after all. Good thing you're about to meet the Winter boys, then. They are surprisingly good with cars, Miss Doris said. Especially Mark. It's you. Lena stared at the man responsible for the state of her car in disbelief. Then the pieces dropped into place. The star-shaped cookies, the theme of the party, the Christmas star, the telescopes. The two of you have met? Miss Doris asked. We did. The man stepped away from the larger of the two telescopes. She crashed into my car earlier today. I did not. The light turned green, you started to drive off, and then stopped, Lena said. Mark Winter. She knew the name sounded familiar when Miss Doris mentioned the Winter boys. She'd seen it on the man's license and insurance card when she'd snapped pictures of both earlier. And you crashed into the back of my car, putting some very expensive equipment at risk. Mark crossed his arms over his chest. Do they still work? She asked. He nodded. See for yourself. Sounds to me like you were both at fault and Lena bore the brunt of the damage, Miss Doris said. Lena walked up to the telescope and looked into it. All she saw was darkness. What am I doing wrong? Close your left eye and press the right one all the way onto the eyepiece. Mark stepped up behind her and put a hand on her shoulder, gently guiding her closer to the expensive object. Take your hand and adjust the focus here. His warm fingers wrapped around her hand, guiding it up to the barrel. She felt a ring of hard plastic with ridges and moved it until a blob of light appeared in the center of her field of vision. Oh. Keep tweaking until it's as sharp as you can get it. You should be able to make out two distinct planets. The one with the ring around it is Saturn. Mark's voice was soft, his breath tickling the hairs on the back of her neck. I know what Saturn looks like. Thank you very much. Lena tweaked and turned the dial until the planets were clearly in focus. It was an amazing view. Something she'd only seen in pictures before. I didn't realize they were in conjunction this week. No wonder people are calling it the Christmas star. You're interested in astronomy? Mark asked, sounding surprised. Lena tore herself away from the view inside the expensive telescope and turned to look at him. I am. But while traveling here, I haven't been able to track the movements of the planets as much as I usually do. Lena is an artist, Miss Doris said. She was standing next to Maggie and Harry Winter, who had welcomed her into their home and helped carry the containers of cookies out here to the far end of the farm property. Lena was glad she'd taken Miss Doris's advice to wear a coat and her own idea to put on a thicker pair of socks before they'd left. From the look of it, the entire event would be taking place out here in the pasture. This is a good place for stargazing. Second best on the property, Mark said with a grin. Dad vetoed the first. Which is? Lena asked. The roof of my house. Henry Winter walked up beside his son. Let's see what the fuss is all about with this Christmas star. Not you too, Mark muttered and helped his father focus on the celestial event playing out in front of their eyes. Hot chocolate? Miss Doris asked, holding a disposable cup out to her. Don't mind if I do. Lena took a sip of the hot beverage before wrapping her hands around the warm cup. She wished she'd packed a pair of gloves for this trip. Have a cookie to go with it, Maggie Winter said. And tell me what exactly my son did to your car. I didn't do anything to her car. She ran into me, Mark called over his shoulder. Never mind him, his mother said. I told Lena about how good your boys are with tools, Miss Doris said, her eyes twinkling in the dim light of the stars above. That's a wonderful idea. Maggie Winter turned. Ethan, Mark. The two men looked up. You wouldn't mind taking a look at Lena's car tomorrow, would you? She asked with a smile. Of course not. The man Lena assumed was Ethan strolled over, a beautiful woman on his arm. You're the woman who bumped into my grumpy brother? The one and only. I'm Ethan and this is Olivia. It's nice to meet you. Likewise. After a brief conversation, Lena had a feeling she and Olivia would become fast friends. An artist? Olivia asked when the conversation turned to their respective professions. We'll have to introduce you to Zoe and Mason. Zoe is my cousin, Ethan explained. And her boyfriend owns the gallery by the harbor. Have you been? Olivia asked. Lena shook her head. Give the poor girl a break. She arrived here a couple of hours ago. And the first person she ran into was Mark. Miss Doris giggled, and even Lena couldn't bite back a grin at the pun. Maybe this place would be everything she hoped it would be, despite the doubts that crept in earlier today. Maybe it was what she needed to get her joy for making art back. And maybe it was the start of a brand new life. Happier than the one she left behind. Chapter 3. Thanks for your help in the barn this morning, Ethan said, pouring them each a cup of coffee. It's the least I can do after everything you did to help me set up yesterday. Mark pulled 2 plates from the cabinet and scooped a healthy serving of scrambled eggs onto each. Toast? Ethan shook his head. I'm watching my figure. I'll take some bacon, though. You're what? Mark almost dropped both plates. I'm trying to lose a few pounds. Hit the gym a little more often. Big day coming up. You're popping the question? Mark asked, looking at his younger brother. I figure it's about time. Olivia and I have been dating for almost a year. Ethan put a finger to his lips when their mother walked in. Any big plans for the rest of the day? Mark asked to change the topic. I should check the fence on the back pasture. We had a lot of people over. Better make sure there was no damage before we let the cows back out there. Ethan took his plate and added a bunch of crispy bacon to it. Don't forget that you promised to look at Lena's car today. Their mother poured herself a cup of coffee and took a seat at the table to join her sons for breakfast. I forgot about that. Berta doesn't look great. I have her isolated in a stall and should probably keep an eye on her. We might have to call the vet, Ethan said. When is James coming home for the holidays? Mark asked. Not soon enough, if that's what you're asking. Ethan looked worried. I can handle Lena's car. It's an old Mini Cooper, and from what I saw, there's barely a dent in the fender. Shouldn't take more than one pair of hands. Mark put more confidence than he felt in his voice. Are you sure? Ethan asked. Before Mark could answer, the old landline phone rang. I've got it. Their mother rushed over. I'm sure. I'll call you if I need help. Mark popped a piece of bacon into his mouth. It was salty and crispy, and so much better than the stuff he cooked at his place in Charleston. Mark, it's for you, his mother said. It's the mayor, she mouthed, handing him the phone. Mark, it's Mayor Lamont. I wanted to congratulate you on the success of last night's stargazing party. People loved seeing the Christmas star up close. Thank you, Mayor. I enjoyed educating people about Jupiter and Saturn. It had surprised him how much. I'm glad to hear it. To be perfectly honest, I was pleasantly surprised with the turnout. Mayor Lamont was pacing, her high heels clicking on the hardwood floor. I think we should try to make this a regular thing. You do? Mark wasn't sure he liked the direction this conversation was heading. I do. You know how slow things get around here this time of year, she said. Stargazing gatherings could be our ticket for attracting more tourists during the off-season. And of course it's a great way to bring the community together. The latter almost sounded like an afterthought. I'm sure there are plenty of other ways. I was thinking we'll make it a weekly event through the end of the year, and then come up for something different once a month, the mayor said before he could finish. I assume you will be home quite a bit for the holidays. I will be, Mark said. He could practically hear her triumphant smile through the phone. But I won't have access to the equipment. What do you mean? Mayor Lamont asked. The telescopes we used last night were on loan from the College of Charleston Astronomy Club. It was a one-time favor. Fiddlesticks. I'm sure you can talk them into making this a regular loan, the mayor said. You're a charming young man and a brilliant scientist. I have every confidence you will be able to make this happen. Mark decided to change tactics. Even if he was able to borrow 1 or 2 telescopes on a regular basis, or brought his own up from Charleston, there was still the question of location. I don't think my father and brother would be too happy about making this a regular event on the farm. Definitely not. Ethan called between bites of egg and bacon. I heard, the mayor said. Can't say I'm surprised. I'm already looking at other options. I'll get back to you with a list by the end of the day. The conjunction between Jupiter and Saturn won't last much longer. Your Christmas star will be gone by the middle of the week, Mark said, hoping this would be enough to discourage the ambitious woman. Oh really? I assumed we could rely on it at least until the holidays, she said. Afraid not. Mark's lips twitched. The woman may be willing and able to move heaven and earth for their small town, but even she couldn't change the course of the planets. Well, that complicates things. The mayor sounded vaguely annoyed. What else you've got? Excuse me? The Christmas star can't be the only celestial event worth looking at. What else is happening up above in the weeks to come, she asked. Mark considered telling her not much of anything. But his mother didn't raise a liar. And the woman stood less than 10 feet behind him. There's a meteor shower coming up in 2 weeks. Wonderful. Do you have the exact dates? Elizabeth Lamont asked. Mark rattled them off. Perfect. That's Thursday through Sunday. Let's set something up Friday and Saturday night. That'll give folks a chance to bring out the kids. The mayor was doubtlessly taking notes. I'm not sure we'll have a telescope at our disposal, Mark reminded her. You'll figure something out, the mayor assured him. 2 would be even better. I'll do my best, he said, biting back a groan. I know you will. She paused for a moment. People are going to love a night of wishing stars. I'm heading out, Mark called over his shoulder. Good luck. I know you'll do the right thing and fix Lena's car. She's such a sweet girl, his mother said. She and Miss Doris both had talked enough about the incident that Mark was beginning to feel guilty about his part in the whole thing. Shouldn't be a problem. Mark headed out to his car and saw Ethan walk up from the cow barn. Heading out? His brother asked. Mark nodded. Call me if you need any help and feel free to grab my tools. Most of my stuff is out in the garage. Ethan motioned to the attached space that held their parents' vehicles. I have it covered. Mark opened the door to his truck and made sure the toolbox he carried was tucked behind the front seat. All right. Good luck. Hope there isn't too much damage. Ethan raised his fingers in salute and walked off. Mark saw him make his way out to the pasture as he pulled out of the driveway. It didn't take long to get to Miss Doris's house. It overlooked the ocean, and Lena's Mini Cooper was parked on the side of the road. Her bumper had taken more damage than Mark remembered from their brief encounter the day before. No wonder she was stressed out about it. Mark, are you here to take a look at Lena's car? Miss Doris walked out the front door wearing her winter coat and a pair of sturdy shoes. Her black purse was slung across her arm, and she had a pair of keys in her hand. I am. Mark stood up straight. Wonderful. I told her you boys would come through. Let me tell her that you're here. Miss Doris walked back inside and returned a moment later with Lena in tow. The young woman was dressed in a pair of yoga pants, sneakers, and an oversized sweatshirt with a SCAD logo on it that surprised him. He had her picked as a West Coast girl. I'm heading out for the day. Why don't you pull your car into the garage? It'll be at least a little warmer than working out here in the cold, Miss Doris said. She looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were moving in fast. We might get a bit of snow. Lena's eyes lit up. You think so? Mark shook his head. Cold rain is more likely. Miss Doris shrugged and jangled her keys. You're the sky expert. Either way, you'll be better off in there. The garage door opened. A minute later, her Oldsmobile pulled out, and with a wave, she was off. Keys? He held out his hand. I've got it. Lena hopped in the compact car and cranked it up. Mark grabbed his toolbox and followed her into the spacious and meticulously clean garage. A workbench stretched the length of the back wall. Quality tools hung on labeled pegs above it. Her husband must have been pretty handy, Lena said when she climbed out of the car. Looks like he was into woodworking. What makes you think they were his, not hers? Mark asked. I like the way you think. Lena leaned against the hood of the car. Anything I can do to help? Could you hand me that rubber mallet? He asked. The one from my toolbox. You've got it. Lena twirled the instrument and handed it to him. Mark bit back a smile. The woman had spunk. He'd give her that. You really think you can do something about this? Lena asked. Have a little faith. He swung the hammer before gently racking the bumper. It made a disturbing, crunchy noise. That didn't sound good. Lena stared at the bumper that looked more mangled than it had before. It's too cold. Sure, blame it on the weather. Lena rolled her eyes. Metal softens with heat. You don't happen to see a heat gun lying around over there, do you? He asked. Lena walked around the garage, pulling open drawers and boxes. Sorry, no luck. Not much use for a heat gun in woodworking, I guess. I'll get my brother to bring one over from the farm. Mark pulled his phone from his back pocket. How about a hairdryer? Lena asked. Mark stopped his call before it connected. I'm not sure it'll be hot enough. Worth a try, though? Lena looked at him with big hazel eyes that shone in the light of the overhead lamp. Maybe, Mark said. You don't happen to have one back there? He pointed to the back of her car. Lena shook her head. I think I saw one in my bathroom. I'll go grab it. Bring a couple of towels while you're there, he called after her. You've got it. Mark climbed under the car and shone his flashlight around. Find something interesting under there? Lena asked, kicking his right shoe. Easy there. I'm almost done. What exactly are you doing under my car? Getting a good look at the frame. I don't think it's bent, he said. I'm guessing that's a good thing? Lena asked. It is if you plan on driving this old thing again. Mark climbed out from under the car and rose. He scrubbed his hands on the front of his pant legs, leaving faint streaks on the dark denim. That, I do. Hairdryer? Lena held the silver appliance out to him. And towels, as requested. Thanks. Mark looked around for an outlet, finding it too far away, close to the door that led back into the house. I think I saw an extension cord somewhere. Lena walked around the well-lit space and returned with an orange cord a moment later. Mark nodded and reached for it. His fingers brushed hers in the exchange. They were soft and surprisingly warm. His own felt cold as ice. Would you? He cleared his throat. Would you mind plugging it in? Lena took the pronged end and walked it to the outlet by the door. He got the hairdresser and flipped it on the moment the connection was made. Mark put all his focus on the warped metal, heating it, before gently shaping it with a few skillful taps. You're making it worse, Lena called out. Patience. He moved the towel and placed a few more strikes. The metal made a satisfying pop. Mark pulled the towel off in a wide swing, like a magician revealing an object vanished into thin air. Lena's eyes grew wide. She crouched and ran her hands over the smooth metal. Mark was sure it was still warm to the touch. Even warmer than her slender, paint-stained fingers. It worked. He smiled at the surprise in her voice. I told you I was good at this, he said. Actually, your mother and Miss Doris told me that. There was joy in her eyes. And unless he was mistaken, relief. Right. He climbed back under the car, running his hands along the inside of the bumper. Now, what are you up to? She watched him move around, checking the wheel well, her gaze following his every move. He ran his hand over the surface of her tire, making sure nothing is scrubbing the wall of the tire. See this? The bumper scraped it on your drive over here. Lena crouched down to get a better look. Is this a problem? Not yet, but you should replace it. He walked around the car, checking the remaining 3 tires. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to get a complete set. They are all pretty worn. See this? Not a lot of tread left. Lena followed him. Do I have some time before I need to replace them? Mark shrugged. Depends on how much you like to gamble, he said. And how much you enjoy changing a spare on the side of the road. Lena scoffed. You don't pull punches, do you? Not really. You should be alright for a little while, and Mason's tire does a good job when you're ready. He walked over and unplugged the extension cord, rolling it up as he made his way back to her. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Lena unplugged the hairdryer and retracted the cord. What made you choose this place? Mark asked, putting the orange bundle back to where Lena had found it. Palmar Island, she asked. I guess I was looking for a fresh start, some new inspiration. For your art? He nodded. Yes. It's been a bit of a rough time in that department. Savannah has its charm, but I guess you get tired of the horse-drawn carriages and antebellum buildings eventually, he said. How did you know? Lena stared at him. He pointed to her upper body. Your shirt gave you away. SCAD grad? She laughed, her shoulders relaxing. Yes. It's been a little while since I walked in my cap and gown, but I've spent a fair amount of time down there. And now you're looking for a fresh start. I get that. More like a breath of fresh air. Something to spark my inspiration. Lena looked out the small window in the side of the garage that let in a bit of light to add to the overhead lamps. This place will do that for a lot of people. Let me know if you want someone local to show you around, Mark said, surprised how much he didn't want today to be the end of their story. Don't you live in Charleston? Lena asked, turning back to look at him. I do, but I grew up here. Trust me, I still know my way around the island. He smiled, happy and relieved when she did as well. In that case, I might take you up on the offer. Lena picked up the towel. Please do. I'd love to help you see the beauty of this place. You already are. Looking at the night sky last night sparked a flame I thought might be dead. Her eyes grew dark, and she turned to walk back into the house. He followed her inside and watched her drop the towel in a hamper inside the laundry room. Would you like a cup of coffee? Lena asked. Why not? He walked into the kitchen and grabbed the cup she handed him. If you are putting together any more stargazing events, I'd love to join, Lena said, pouring coffee into both of their cups. I have an idea for a painting. Since you brought it up, Mark walked over to the kitchen table and took a seat. He pulled the sugar bowl toward him and added 2 heaping spoonfuls to his coffee. I got a call from the mayor this morning. She wants me to put on a few more events before the holidays. Where do I sign up? Lena asked with a grin while taking the seat opposite him. We're not quite there yet. Mark took a sip. The coffee was strong and sweet, just the way he liked it. But I'd be happy to show you more of the wintry night sky. Tell me when and where, and I'll be there. It's not like I have much of anything to do right now, anyway. Her gaze was fixed on the cup in her hands. Her fingers were wrapped around it as if to absorb the warmth and energy from it. In that case, why don't you help me with this stargazing event? We'll be looking at a meteor shower. What did you have in mind? Lena asked, looking up at him. Her gaze pierced straight into his soul. I guess we'd start by meeting with the mayor and seeing what she wants. We have to move quickly. The meteors show up in a couple of weeks. He took another sip of his coffee. My guess is we'll be scouting out locations on the island, getting the word out about the event, and, of course, setting up that night. What do you think? Something you can handle? Lena grinned. Oh, I can handle it. especially if it's a paid gig. Chapter 4. Thank you for meeting me. Can I get you anything? Mayor Lamont asked when Lena walked up to her at the Roasted Bean coffee shop. I'll just grab a cup of coffee. Lena pulled her wallet from her purse and looked around the busy coffee shop. Is Mark here? He's on his way. And coffee is on me. I can recommend the caramel macchiato and the chai tea latte. Mayor Lamont held up her cup. Warm spices and the sweet scent of excess sugar wafted in the air. Chai sounds good. Lena took a seat and watched the mayor signal the barista an order for 2 more of the fragrant drinks. I was surprised when Mark asked to have you join us this morning, Ms. Morgan. The mayor took the last sip of her drink. Please. Call me Lena. Lena kept her eyes on the woman in front of her, fighting the urge to look around for him. And I was surprised when he asked me to work with him on this. Mark is a smart guy. All the Winter boys are. He wouldn't have asked you to join this without a reason. What skills do you have that will help us share nature's majestic beauty with the good people of Palmar Island? The mayor asked. I'm an artist. She is an amazing artist. And have you seen her social media accounts? The woman has mad skills. Mark Winter walked up and pulled out the chair next to her. I have not. Let's take a look. Mayor Lamont grabbed her phone. Lena looked at Mark. Show her, he said. How do you know about it? Lena asked. I may have looked you up when I got roped into fixing your car. Mark grinned. A car you ran into. She stared at the man, almost amused by his gall. Almost. And fixed. Can we focus? The mayor asked. She looked at the woman, whose eyes were still glued to her phone. This is good. Really good. I can use this kind of talent. Mayor Lamont turned her phone, showing the screen with both of them. Ms. Morgan, I would like you to come up with something like this. Lena, I would like you to devise a social media campaign and artwork for posters and flyers for the meteor shower. The woman put her phone down on the table. How much are you willing to pay her for her skills? Mark asked. The woman is a genuine artist. Mark. Lena felt heat rising in her cheeks. I can find $5,000 in our marketing budget. What will that get me? Mayor Lamont asked. Lena swallowed. A month-long social media campaign on all relevant platforms, custom graphics, flyers, print ads, and all the art you need for posters and banners. Sold. Mayor Lamont got on her feet, and Mark followed suit. I emailed you a list of possible locations, Mark. Check them out and tell me where you want to do this. Lena, I expect some artwork on my desk by next week. You'll have something tomorrow, Lena said, earning her a pair of raised eyebrows. 2 chai tea lattes. The barista walked up with 2 steaming cups. Enjoy your tea, Mayor Lamont said. I have a meeting. I hope you like chai, Mark. Love it. Mark grinned like a cat who got away with something. He sat back down and took the cup. Is this happening? Lena asked. She took a sip from the other cup. It's happening. I'll forward you that list of locations from the mayor. Lena nodded and drank more of the sweet tea, hoping the sugar would do its job in buffering the shock. $5,000 was a lot of money. Enough to get her set up with her own little place. And get a new set of tires. Where do you want me to send it? Mark asked. Lena stared at him blankly. I need your email address. Sounds like a line to me. If you wanted my contact info, all you had to do is ask, Lena said. Lena, can I please have your email address? And your phone number while we're at it? Mark asked. I'll think about it. Lena sat back and took one more slow sip of her chai. Mark copied her move and waited patiently. I guess I better since we're working together for the next little while. Lena spelled them both out for him. A moment later, she had a forwarded email from the mayor's office and a text asking her out to dinner at a local diner later that week. Did you get it? Mark asked when she didn't say anything. I did, and I'm game for both. Lena finished her tea. Good thing I like a good burger. Mary's has the best food on the island, Mark said. I guess since I'm new here, I should trust your judgment. Ready to get this show on the road and check out these locations, she asked, doing her best to dampen the hope and relief she felt about the job. Creating marketing materials for this event was right up her alley, and if she was frugal, the money would go a long way here in South Carolina. Let's. Mark rose and sat down his cup. He walked around the table and grabbed her coat, holding it out for her. She shrugged into it, feeling the pressure of his hands on her shoulder for a split second and appreciating the old-fashioned gesture. I'll get these moved into go cups. Mark picked up both of their drinks and walked to the counter. Lena grabbed her purse and joined him in time to take hers. I topped it off with a little steamed milk, the barista said. Appreciate it. Mark handed her a $5 tip before turning to Lena. Ready? She nodded and dug around in her purse for her car keys. Would you like a ride with me or follow my car to the park? Mark asked. We can ride together, if you don't mind dropping me back off here when we're done, Lena said, surprising herself. Works for me. He walked out and opened the passenger door to his Land Rover, holding her cup until she was buckled in. How far away is this park? Lena asked, looking at the forwarded message on her phone. It's a 5-minute drive. I'm not sure it'll work, though. Mark pulled out of the parking lot and onto the busy main street. Why do you say that? Lena looked out the window, enjoying the view of the island. I'll show you when we get there. Mark kept his eyes on the road and they spent the rest of the short drive in companionable silence. It's big enough for the amount of people the mayor is anticipating for the event. Lena strolled through the small park that sat at the edge of the intercoastal waterway. The paths were clearly marked, making it easy to navigate the space, even in the dark. And there was ample parking. It is. The problem is these. Mark pointed to a row of streetlights that lit up the perimeter of the parking spot. And the buildings over there. The park backed up into a neighborhood, and some of the homes were fairly close. You're worried about light? Maybe the mayor could have the streetlights turned off. That would help, wouldn't it? It won't be enough. Between those houses and the light reflecting off the water, it'll be harder to make out the meteors, especially the smaller ones. Mark stepped beside her and pointed up to the sky. More light, less show. And it isn't like we could ask everyone on this side of town to keep their lights off. Lena nodded. Let's hope the second location is better. It should be. It's on the far side of town. Mark fell into step beside her as they made their way back to his car. Lena turned around for one last look at the park. It was an idyllic spot, and once it warmed up a bit, she wouldn't mind coming back here to paint. It's definitely out here, Lena said when they pulled up to the large horse farm on the far side of Palmar Island. It was her first time this far out from downtown, and the wild beauty of the place was stunning. She couldn't wait to explore the beach. That it is. Let's see if anyone's here. Mark got out and opened the door for her, offering her his hand. Lena took it, the warmth of his firm grip surprising her. Her own fingers were ice cold in the cool December air. The chill returned the moment he let go, and Lena rushed to catch up to him as he strode to the main building. Judging by the signage and ample parking, the place was popular for beach rides. Mark knocked on the door, to no avail. I'll try calling. Carter is usually around unless he's leading a tour. I doubt anyone's riding out to the beach this time of day. Lena walked up to the fence of the pasture to her right and softly talked to a bay mare that was curious enough to come up. You're a sweet girl, aren't you? Do you ride? Mark asked, startling her and the horse. Not since I was about 12. Lena smiled, remembering the riding lessons and Eclipse, the sleek, jet-black mare with intelligent eyes that had been her favorite. Carter should be here in a few minutes. I'm sure he'd let you take one of them out if you'd like, Mark said. Lena laughed. I'm not exactly dressed for riding. Besides, did you miss the part where I haven't done this since I was a preteen? Some other time then. Mark didn't seem fazed. Maybe. For now, they had a job to do. Do you think this could work? Mark glanced around the vast property that surrounded them. I think it will. There's definitely a lot less light pollution than at the park. They strolled down the fence line, talking about the meteor shower and Mark's interest in all things celestial until a white Ford truck pulled into the driveway. An older guy wearing a thick pair of jeans and a heavy canvas jacket jumped out. He had on sturdy boots and a wool cap was pulled down over his ears. He walked over to them and held out his hand. Carter Wright. What can I do for you today? Lena shook it, noticing the rough skin and thick calluses, so different from Mark's hand. Carter, I was hoping to talk you into letting us use your back pasture, Mark said. What's wrong with yours? He asked. Dad and Ethan aren't too fond of people walking all over it, Mark said, earning himself a raised eyebrow from Carter. Besides, we don't have nearly the land you do, and this is for a good cause. Carter coughed. Not one of those. What's this about, and please don't tell me it's another wedding. It took months for the pasture to recover the last time they talked me into that. One of the Sutton girls got married out here, Mark explained. It was a huge affair. Talk of the town for months. Ah. Lena didn't like where this conversation was going. Good thing the stargazing event won't be nearly as bad. Sure about that? Carter asked. Talk to me about what you have in mind. Lena and Mark took turns explaining the project and the mission the mayor had sent them on to secure a location. What I'm hearing is that you want to let a bunch of folks trample out to the far end of my best pasture in the middle of the night, Carter said, leaning against a fence post. And not once, but twice, in a row? Depending on turnout, we might consider adding a third night, Mark said. Lena elbowed him in the side. He really wasn't doing a great job selling this. I think you need to go look someplace else. Carter pushed off. Mark's right, Lena said quickly. This would be nothing like a wedding. I'm assuming there was a tent and dancing and a whole lot of people there at once. Carter nodded. And it poured down rain the night before, if I remember correctly, Mark said. The stargazing event is pretty low-key. All we're talking about is having a group of people walk out there and stand around for a little while to look at some shooting stars. Mark will set up a couple of telescopes. Everyone takes a good look and we all head back home. Easy peasy. Lena put a huge smile on her face, willing herself to stay positive. They could do this, and Carter Wright would agree to this simple request. No refreshments? He asked. No midnight carriage rides with torches or anything like that? I know how you event planners get. I'm not an event planner, Lena said. I'm an artist, helping in my community. To be completely transparent here, there's a good chance Miss Doris will bake a bunch of cookies, and I'm pretty sure my mom will insist on hot chocolate, Mark said. So there's that. Carter's eyes soften. Why do you want to do it here? This spot is about as far away from the lights of town as we can get. The less light we have out here, the brighter the stars, Mark said. Carter nodded. They are pretty spectacular out here, especially on a cold winter night. The place is ideal. Lena hoped her instincts were right and Carter was coming around to the idea of hosting the stargazing party here. And I'm sure Mayor Lamont would be eternally grateful if you'd let us use your place. Carter stomped his boot. The ground is pretty dry. And the grass is dormant. We can move around from one night to the next, Mark said, gazing across the vast pasture again. That way, there wouldn't be much damage. Nothing the soil can't recover from come springtime. Carter turned to face them both. All right, you talked me into it. Tell the mayor she can hold it here. And tell Miss Doris to make those spiced cookies I like. Mark laughed. Will do. I'm sure she'll be happy to accommodate you. That was easy, Lena said when they drove off. Not sure I'd call it that, but it went better than expected. Mark turned to glance at her. Thanks to you. You have a way with words. I can't wait to see what you come up with to help us spread the word about the stargazing event. Lena smiled, a warm feeling spreading through her entire body. The first thing we need is a better name. I'm in the kitchen, Miss Doris called when Lena returned shortly before lunch. There's coffee if you're interested. Judging by the tantalizing scent that wafted down the hall, there was more than just coffee brewing in the woman's cozy kitchen. Coffee sounds wonderful. Lena stepped into bright space, relishing in its warmth after spending a good bit of the morning out in the frosty December air. Pour yourself a cup and keep me company. Miss Doris measured out a generous amount of flour and added it to a large stainless steel bowl. Don't mind if I do. Lena grabbed a cup and filled it. What are you working on? A few little things for the bake sale tomorrow, Miss Doris said. A few? Lena smiled, looking over the row of pound cakes that lined one part of the kitchen table. Muffin tins were stacked in the sink, and it didn't look like the woman was planning to stop baking anytime soon. Miss Doris shrugged. It's for a good cause. What can I do to help? Lena rolled up her sleeves and took a big sip of her coffee. You've been out all morning. Sit. Rest. Miss Doris smiled at her, the kind, steel-gray eyes sparkling. I've had plenty of practice. So I heard. Lena looked around for something to do and found an apron hanging on the backside of the open pantry door. She pulled it on and walked over to the sink, running hot water over the muffin tins. You really don't have to. I don't mind helping, Lena said. And I love to bake. Especially this time of the year. In that case, I'm grateful for the help. How do you feel about cutting out sugar cookies? Miss Doris asked. Love it almost as much as decorating them. Lena scrubbed the pans and set them aside to dry. Wonderful. If you don't mind rolling out the dough, I'll fix us some lunch. We can eat while they bake. Miss Doris pulled a ball of chilled dough from the fridge. It was wrapped in cling wrap and ice cold to the touch. Sounds like a plan. Lena grabbed an almost empty pack of flour. Rolling pin? In the drawer behind you. Miss Doris pointed to it. How do you feel about grilled cheese and tomato soup? It's my favorite comfort food. Lena sighed, relaxing into the task in front of her and relishing the memories of baking with her mother and grandmother. How did your meeting with Mayor Lamont go this morning? Miss Doris asked over lunch. Lena dipped the corner of her grilled cheese sandwich into the soup. It went well. Better than expected. She hired me to create some marketing material for a new stargazing event, and Mark and I scoped out a location for it. That sounds exciting. Miss Doris lowered her spoon into the fragrant soup. It is. Did I mention it turned out to be a paid gig? Lena took a bite of her sandwich. It was perfectly crispy on the outside, with creamy melted cheddar on the inside. That's wonderful. I'm sure you'll do an amazing job. Let's hope so. Lena couldn't help basking in the pride she saw in the older woman's eyes. I think your baking skills have been volunteered for the event already. I talked to Carter Wright. He requested some of your spice cookies. He's letting you use his pasture? Miss Doris asked. That's a surprise. Lena nodded. I'll make him a baker's dozen. That man's too skinny, considering how hard he works. She shook her head and finished her soup. I'm sure he'll appreciate that, Lena said. She finished her own meal and took the dishes to the sink while Miss Doris pulled the first batch of sugar cookies out of the oven. What kind of cookies does Mark like these days? Miss Doris asked. I'm not sure. Lena felt warmth creeping into her cheeks, and she doubted it had anything to do with the heat rising from the snowman-shaped cookies she was transferring to a wire rack to cool. I thought maybe it had come up when you talked to Carter. Miss Doris dug through a cabinet, pulling a variety of sprinkles out. She lined them up on the counter. The two of you have been spending quite a bit of time together the past couple of days. We have. Sadly, that was coming to an end with Mark heading back to Charleston tonight. Probably for the best. I assume you'll be working together closely until the meteor shower. Miss Doris kept busy whipping up a batch of royal icing. We'll see. Lena walked to the oven to check on the next batch of sugar cookies. This one was cut into star shapes. It gave her an idea for the flyer she wanted to get started on for Mayor Lamont. I'm sure you will. Mark is up here quite a bit, and he's been into stargazing since he was old enough to hold his first telescope. Miss Doris looked off into the distance, her lips turned up into a soft smile. You know him well? Lena asked, wishing she could have seen him as a young boy. I've been close with the family for as long as I can remember. He's a good man. You could do worse, you know. Lena laughed. It's not like we're dating. Oh, but you will, Miss Doris said with so much conviction, Lena almost believed her. If you're brave enough to open your heart and take a chance. Lena wasn't sure what to say about that and poured all of her focus and attention into decorating the mountain of cookies Miss Doris had baked. The elderly woman stretched and rubbed her lower back a couple of hours later. I think we should call it a day. Lena placed a few more sugar pearls on the last cookie, pleased with how they'd turned out. That was fun. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, and I appreciated the company. But I think I need to lie down and relax my back for a bit. I'll get these put into bags later tonight. Would you like me to grab us something for dinner? A pizza maybe? I think I saw a place when Mark and I drove across the island earlier. Lena untied the apron and hung it up. Miss Doris looked at her, eyes wide with surprise. That would be lovely. I can't remember the last time someone offered to bring me dinner. It's high time then. Lena was glad she could repay some of the woman's kindness. Besides, Miss Doris had been feeding her since she'd moved in. Any preference? Anything is fine with me, as long as it doesn't involve fish or pineapple, Miss Doris said. I'll give them a call in a couple of hours, Lena promised. That should give her enough time to get started on the marketing material and social media campaign. Sounds good to me. Miss Doris shuffled off down the hall, looking more worn out than Lena had realized. Chapter 5. It was dark by the time Mark pulled into the driveway of the family farm. The bright lights from the kitchen were as inviting as ever, and the icicle lights that lined the roof lit up the walk up to the front door. The scent of fried chicken, roasted potatoes, and red cabbage hit him the moment he walked in the door. His stomach growled in anticipation of the first home-cooked meal in days. Mom, I'm home. In here, honey, she called from the kitchen. No surprise there. How was your week? Mark grunted. That bad? His mother turned away from the stove to get a good look at him. He shrugged. The project hit a snag, and we're behind on delivery. With millions of dollars on the line, this stage in the process was always stressful. Why don't you go help your brother with the goats? The younglings will cheer you up in no time. Mom wiped her hands on her apron and pulled a stack of dinner plates out of the china cabinet. Are you sure you don't need help here? Mark asked, reaching his hands out to take them from her. His mother laughed and shook her head. I have it covered. Go look at the goats and get a bit of fresh air. It'll do you good. You look pale. I'm fine. I promise, he said, giving her the most genuine smile he could muster. It's nothing I haven't gone through before and nothing a plate of your food won't fix. That earned him a big smile in return from her. Keep it up and I'll have to make sausage gravy and biscuits for breakfast. Mark grinned, his stomach as pleased as he was at the prospect. Back in a few. Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Tell your brother and your father to get a move on. Fried chicken doesn't keep, she called behind him. When did you get in? Ethan asked when Mark walked into the goat barn. Everyone was inside and, as his mother had predicted, the goats born in late spring were their usual boisterous and comical selves. A few minutes ago. Mom says dinner's ready in 15. Mark took a bucket of feed and scooped some out, fending a starving young goat in the process. She was determined to eat straight from the bucket, averting her attention to the scoop when she realized he wasn't going to let that happen. Good, I'm starving. Ethan grabbed several bales of hay from the small loft above them and scattered it around the place. A few of the older goats settled down in the thick layer of straw, just within reach of the sweeter, tastier hay, and took a small nibble. The younger goats were a different story. "What do you need me to do?" Mark asked, tearing his eyes away from their playful antics. "Refill their water. Other than that, we should be pretty good." Ethan efficiently moved around the small space, securing the goat barn for the night and making sure everyone inside was well taken care of. On it. Mark stepped outside, the crisp air a stark contrast to the warmth inside the barn. He returned a moment later with 2 buckets of ice-cold water. "Let's check on the chicken coop on the way down," Ethan said when Mark had finished distributing the water throughout the space. "What about Dad? Any idea where he's at?" he asked, putting the empty buckets back into their place. "Cow barn. Gretchen didn't look right at milking earlier. He wants to watch her for a bit before calling the vet," Ethan said. Vet calls were always a big deal and an added expense. Nothing like the sums he was dealing with at work, and he'd offered to chip in on more than one occasion, but his father had always declined. "Nothing serious, I hope." Mark studied his brother carefully in the light of the barn before Ethan flipped the switch and opened the door. "I don't think so, but you know Dad. He won't stop worrying until he's convinced himself that she's fine. You're a lot like him that way." Ethan shut the barn door behind them, double-checking to make sure it was secure. "Want to talk about what's going on with you?" Same ol. Mark was in no mood to rehash it again. "Suit yourself. Tell me about the woman with the Mini Cooper then. Mom can't stop talking about her." "What's her name?" "Lana?" Ethan asked, his voice tinged with amusement. "Lena. And there isn't anything to tell. She's working on getting the word out about the stargazing event the mayor roped me into." Mark fell into step beside his brother, doing his best to avoid the goat droppings as they worked their way out of the enclosure and down to the chicken coop. "Sounds to me like there's plenty to talk about. What exactly is she doing?" Ethan asked. "Creating flyers and banners. And she's actually pretty good at drumming up interest on social media." She'd sent him links to a couple of posts that were getting hundreds of likes, thumbs up or whatever that stuff was called. Judging by the comments, quite a few people were planning on showing up for the mid-December event, and not all of them were locals. "Good for her. And we can definitely use the publicity." Ethan stuck his head into the chicken coop before making sure it was locked up tight. "More trouble with raccoons?" Mark asked, remembering the last time they lost half their flock. Ethan shook his head. "There's a fox in the area. I haven't seen him, but he's leaving tracks." "Anything we can do?" Mark asked, pushing against the hardware cloth his brothers had replaced the old chicken wire with. "As long as no one forgets to lock the coop, we should be good," Ethan said. "So you and Lena. I saw the way you two looked at each other the other night. You can't tell me there's nothing going on there." "I asked her out to dinner," Mark said. He knew his brother. Ethan wasn't going to stop until he got something out of him. Especially if their mother had put him up to this conversation. "How'd that go?" Ethan asked. "We haven't had a chance to actually go. I had to rush back to Charleston, and she was busy working for the mayor." He shrugged. Since then, they'd texted back and forth, but that had been about it. "Sounds to me like you owe the woman a date. Where did you plan on taking her?" Ethan asked as they strolled down to the cow barn. "Mary's diner." Ethan scoffed. "You're going to have to do better than that." "Hey, Mary's has the best food on the island," Mark said as they stepped into the cow barn. "Don't let Mom hear that," Ethan chuckled. "Seriously though. That's not first date material unless you're in high school. Take her up to Myrtle Beach or show her a good time in Charleston. Unless you're not all that interested." Mark shrugged, his eyes roaming around the dimly lit space in search of their father. He spotted a jacket hanging over the wall of a stall at the far end of the long barn. Ethan put a hand on his shoulder. "What's going through your mind, brother?" "I like her, but..." "But?" Ethan asked. I'm not sure we have a shot at a future together. Not the way you and Olivia do. The admission hurt. He loved seeing Ethan and his new fiancée together. The two were happy. Ethan barked out a laugh. You think I didn't feel the same way once or twice? You can't find happiness if you don't try. Lena is a tourist, Ethan. She's staying with Miss Doris. She's pleasant company for a little while and doing a good job with this whole stargazing thing, but maybe that should be it. The thought was depressing. So you're worried she won't stick around? Ethan asked. Did you talk to her about this? Ask her what her plans were. Mark shook his head. Besides, even if she does, I live in Charleston. That's a 2-hour drive each way, longer in the summer with all the traffic. Stop right there. You're making excuses, Ethan said. Am I? Yes, you are. You're making assumptions and worrying about stuff that can be worked out. I watched the two of you together, Ethan said. Lena is definitely interested in you. And from the way you looked after spending the morning with her last week, you are too. That obvious? Mark's lips twitched. Oh yeah. You have it bad. And you know what? I think it would do you good to be in a relationship. You could use some happiness and someone to mess up your life a little. You're getting a little stuck in your ways, old man. Mark punched his brother in the side. I'm just a couple of years older than you. Exactly. It's high time you settle down and get married. Haven't you been listening to Mom? Ethan's grin was as wide as the full winter moon. Mark scoffed. You're trying to take some of the heat off you and Olivia. Probably. Mostly, I'm happy, and I want the same for you. Ethan put an arm around Mark's shoulder. Hey Dad, dinner is ready. How is Gretchen? His mother asked the moment the three men walked back into the warm house. Better, I think. She's drinking water. Henry Winter dropped onto his chair, looking exhausted. You're working too hard, Dad, Mark said. Look who's talking. His father forced a smile. You don't look like you've slept more than 4 hours a night this week. Mark shrugged. It was a pretty good guess. It's been a busy week. But now you're home. His mother put a large plate of food in front of him. She was right. He was home. The stress melted away with each bite and each word he exchanged with his family over dinner. Mark poured himself a cup of coffee after the meal was done and the kitchen cleaned. He stepped out into his mother's kitchen garden and stared up at the stars, feeling more relaxed than he had in weeks. Even without a telescope and with the Christmas lights dimming the view of the stars above, the night sky was spectacular. Here on Palmar Island, it felt natural to walk outside and spend a few minutes gazing at them. It was something he never did at his place in Charleston. Where are we going? Lena asked after dinner at Mary's diner. It's a surprise. Mark pulled into a parking spot at the beach access on the north end of the island. To make up for the fact that you took me to a diner on our first date? Lena grinned. Didn't I just hear you rave about the food less than 20 minutes ago? Mark teased. And the cozy atmosphere? I did, didn't I? Lena jumped out of the car before he got a chance to walk around and open the door for her. You did. He opened the back door and grabbed the wicker basket he'd packed. What's all that? Lena asked. Dessert. Is that why you talked me out of trying the peanut butter pie? Lena grinned. I did. And you should definitely have it next time. It's excellent. Mark made his way up the steps and over the dunes, down to the beach. What's for dessert? Lena wrapped her jacket tightly around herself when the cold breeze off the Atlantic Ocean struck them with full force. It's a surprise. You'll like it, I promise. If he could pull it off with this much wind. I'll try to be patient. Lena was vibrating with energy beside him, her long, chestnut hair blowing in the salty air. Good. Turn around and close your eyes, Mark said. Isn't that overkill? Her lips twitched up into another big smile. Surprise. Remember? Mark shook his head. She wasn't going to make this whole romantic gesture thing easy. Right. Lena turned her back to him and he hoped her eyes were shut. Getting to work quickly, he pushed enough sand aside to make a small hole, before pulling the kindling he'd prepared out of the basket. Come on, he struck a third match, holding it to the crumpled piece of newspaper that lay at the center of the kindling. Everything okay? Lena asked without turning her head. She had her arms wrapped tightly around her upper body. Fine. Give me 30 more seconds. The flame finally caught, setting the smallest pieces of kindling on fire. Mark added the 2 larger pieces of wood he'd brought, careful not to extinguish the flame, before spreading the blanket he'd brought. Can I look? Lena asked exactly 30 seconds later. Mark wondered if she'd counted them out in her head. You can look. He pulled the last few items from the basket. Mark watched her face light up as she saw the sight in front of her. S'mores on the beach, she asked. That's the plan. Mark sat down and patted the spot next to him. I love it. She sat down next to him and crossed her legs, holding her hands out, close to the flame. Are you warm enough? He asked, pulling half the blanket up around both of them as they huddled around the fire. I am now. Lena turned and gave him the most dazzling smile. All this light will make it hard to see the stars, though. He leaned back his head and looked up at the sky above them. That's okay. It's covered in a thin layer of clouds, anyway. Besides, without the fire, we can't roast marshmallows. You have a point. Lena laughed and took the long metal fork he handed her, along with a jumbo marshmallow the size of a small apple. He placed a similar one on his own fork and held it over the fire, roasting it to perfection. Mind holding this while I grab the crackers and chocolate? Lena took his fork, her fingers brushing against his. Mark blinked and reminded himself what he was doing. Graham crackers and milk chocolate. Check. I forgot how good these are. Lena sighed and took another bite, melted chocolate and marshmallow squishing out. You haven't made these in a while? Mark asked, resisting the urge to lean over and clean the corner of her mouth. Lena licked the sticky mixture off and shook her head. Not since I was little. That's a shame. Everyone should have these on a regular basis, if you ask me. He bit into his, relishing in the perfect combination of crunch and sweet, melted goodness. That can be our next marketing campaign. S'mores for everyone. Lena reached for another marshmallow and stuck it on her fork. I wonder what the mayor would think about a s'mores festival. That could be a thing, right? Maybe in the fall. It's worth a try. Mark grinned. He realized he'd laughed and smiled more in the past few days than he had in a long time. Maybe Ethan had a point. Lena was making him happy. I'll bring it up at our next meeting. He laughed. You and Mayor Lamont have meetings now? Lena shrugged. We need to finalize the designs for the flyers and banners to get them back in time from the printer. The Holiday Sky Spectacular is coming up quickly. I like the name. Mark dug around in his jacket. And the social media posts you've been coming up with. It's getting quite a bit of attention, even down in Charleston. That's good, right? She looked at him, her eyes as wide as silver dollar pancakes. It is. He pulled the images from his pocket. I have something for you. What are these? Lena flipped through the high-resolution images he'd printed. They are pictures of space from the Hubble telescope, he said. I was hoping they'd inspire your next set of social media posts. And your art. They are amazing. Lena's eyes were glued to the prints. I had no idea this existed. Mark smiled. That's only the beginning. There's plenty more where that came from. It's hard to believe all of that is out there, just out of view for us. Lena leaned her head back and looked up at the sky above them. As if on cue, the clouds parted, and the moon came into view. Not out of view anymore, Mark said. Thanks to some incredible feats of engineering. That's true. Lena shuffled through them, taking it all in before looking up and staring deep into his eyes. Thank you. The flickering flames of the small fire in front of them reflected in her eyes. He felt himself drawn to her, unable to keep his own eyes off hers. You're welcome. I hope it sparks something. They do. I'm almost tempted to jump up and rush back to my journal and pens, Lena said. Mark cleared his throat. We can leave if you want to. It'll take a minute to put out the fire, though. I don't want to leave. Lena turned to look at the flames before returning her attention to him. Good. I'm not quite ready to leave either. He scooted closer and put his arm around her shoulder, wrapping the back of the blanket more securely around them. Lena leaned her head down, resting it on his shoulder. The prince sat in her lap, her hand resting protectively over them. Thank you for sharing these with me. Mark stayed quiet, giving her the time and space she needed to express whatever it was he could feel churning inside her. Space, the universe, it's something else, isn't it? She whispered, her words barely audible over the sound of the waves rolling in and out, crashing against the sandy shore. It is. A big part of what has always drawn me to it is the beauty of exploring the unknown. In a way, it's humanity's last frontier. A vast unknown with phenomena we can barely comprehend. Or capture. Lena smiled. Art works that way too. How so? He asked. Creating a new piece is often a journey into the unknown. I may have a spark of an idea, but it doesn't fully materialize until I get in there and create. Then it turns and morphs into something meaningful, she said. At least that's the goal. Don't take this the wrong way, Mark said. But to me, that sounds scary. Not knowing where you'll end up. Lena laughed. Oh, it's terrifying. Each piece of art I create has a piece of me in it. It's what breathes life into it. And when you put it out there into the world, it's like you're baring your soul to everyone. Mark nodded. The hardest part is the criticism, Lena said. Without it, it's impossible to grow as an artist. But it hurts when someone doesn't like what you've poured your heart and soul into. This was something he could relate to. It is. Doubly so when your livelihood and your ability to pay rent and put food on the table depends on the opinions of others. Depends on whether they value what you've created enough to want it in their space. In their home. Why do it then? Mark asked. You could do a million other things. Looking at what you've done so far in this town, I'd say you have a promising career in marketing. I do, don't I? Lena stared out across the vast darkness of the ocean. It's nice to have that as an option. A security net? Mark asks. But not something you want to spend the rest of your life doing. She shook her head. It's fun for a while, but if I'm perfectly honest, it doesn't feed my soul. Her words struck him like an arrow, piercing straight into his heart. I've had plenty of jobs over the years that were run and kept my bank account looking healthy, Lena said. Did I tell you that I managed this cute little breakfast place in Savannah for a while? You didn't. His thoughts were reeling. A French cafe right in the center of town. Not all that far from SCAD. I started waiting tables while I was taking classes, and it sort of evolved from there. I did a good bit of the cafe's social media too. Her face lit up in a sweet little smile. But it wasn't everything you wanted, he said, the words more for himself than for her. It wasn't. I always feel pulled to dive back into my art. The creative stuff that comes from deep inside. She put a hand on her stomach and Mark nodded in agreement. They both grew quiet, staring at the dying flames in front of them as the small campfire ran out of fuel. I don't want this to end, Lena said when there was nothing more than glowing embers left in the pit in the sand. Neither do I. He turned to face her, Lena's beautiful face barely visible in the darkness that surrounded them. He lowered his head, eyes fixed on her parted lips. He felt them more than he saw them. Lena's eyes closed, and she tilted her head up. Mark brushed his thumb across her cheek. Leaning closer, he felt her soft breath, already imagining what her lips would feel like, what she would taste like. His phone buzzed and blared in his pocket, cutting like a hot knife through the magic of the moment. Shoot. Mark pulled it from his pocket, tempted to chuck it into the surf. You have to take this? She asked, sounding as breathless as he felt. Mark nodded and put the device to his ear. Hudson, what do you need? Lena rose and put the remaining graham crackers and marshmallows in the basket. He glanced at his watch. I can be there in 2 hours. Lena shook out the blanket and folded it up. You're heading back to Charleston. Mark nodded. I'm sorry. Chapter 6. The door to the back deck opened and Miss Doris stepped out, 2 glasses of iced tea in her hand. That is stunning. I didn't know something like this was possible with nothing more than a bit of paint and a brush. Lena wiped her hand on the paint-stained cloth and took the glass. Thank you. It's a beautiful day out here, isn't it? Miss Doris lifted her face to the sun and closed her eyes, basking in the warmth of the midday rays. It is. Makes it hard to remember that it's almost Christmas. Lena took a sip of tea and stared out across the ocean. It does, doesn't it? Miss Doris smiled. The Christmas market this weekend should fix that. And I think it's about time we got a tree, don't you think? A real Christmas tree? Lena asked. Yes, of course. Kenny at the hardware store should have plenty of them. I'll need someone with a truck. My days of dealing with a tree on the roof of my car are gone. I might know someone with a truck. Lena grinned and put her glass down. That you do. Miss Doris sat down. You wouldn't mind asking him? Matter of fact, why don't the 2 of you pick me a pretty tree this year? It would be my pleasure, Lena said. I appreciate that, Miss Doris said. Do you mind if I sit here for a bit and watch you work? I don't mind at all. Lena focused her attention back on the piece in front of her. Capturing the true beauty of a far-off galaxy was stretching her creative muscles in the best of ways. It almost looks like a Christmas star, Miss Doris said, leaning in closer. You know, the ornament kind. Lena stepped back and smiled. You're right. What a serendipitous coincidence. A metaphor maybe? Lena turned to look at the landlord, who was quickly becoming a friend. For what? Something guiding you up here to Palmar Island, to start a new life. Miss Doris shrugged. Or a spark of inspiration and joy for my art. It felt a bit like the birth of a star, feeling the creativity bursting out. Or maybe both. Lena's phone rang, and she struggled to fish it out of her pocket without getting paint everywhere. Mark, how's work? Miss Doris waved and walked back inside. I have no idea. I'm taking the day off and was wondering if you'd like to spend it with me. You are? I thought you had back-to-back meetings today. Lena didn't hide her surprise. They got cancelled. The people I was meeting with are stuck in a snowstorm in Buffalo. I figured I'd start the weekend early and spend the extra time with the people I love, Mark said. Lena's heart skipped a beat or 5. I'm sure your family loves having you back early. I'm sure they do, Mark said. What do you say, will you let me take you out for coffee? Lena looked at the chaos surrounding here. Give me an hour to wrap up my work and clean up. It's a date. Mark? Lena asked before he hung up. Would you mind if we stopped by the hardware store to pick up a tree for Miss Doris? Not at all, he said. I'll see you in an hour. Lena was in the middle of changing when the doorbell rang. She quickly ran a brush through her hair and pulled a wool sweater over her head, hearing Mark and Miss Doris's voices ring down the hallway. I'll be right out, she called. Dropping to the floor, Lena looked under the bed, searching for her second boot. Take your time, Mark called. I'm early. There you are, Lena mumbled, pulling it on. She spun around the room, looking for her purse, before rushing out the door. You look nice. Mark's eyes roamed across her from head to toe, adding to the flush of heat Lena felt in her cheeks. Thanks. So do you. Lena took in the dark denim jeans, the crisp blue button-down, the brown winter jacket, and the sturdy leather boots. Mark cleared his throat and looked down at his watch. He does, doesn't he? Miss Doris said. You two have fun. Any big plans? I thought we'd start with coffee at the Roasted Bean and go from there, Mark said. And we'll pick up a tree on our way back. Any preferences? Lena asked the older woman. A Douglas fir if they have them, Miss Doris said. It was my husband's favorite. Will do. Mark held out his arm for Lena and she took it. Nothing too big. It has to fit into my living room, Miss Doris called after them. I'll make sure it's the perfect size, Lena said as they walked out the door. The Roasted Bean was packed, a line forming all the way to the door. Mark, over here. Come sit with us. A petite woman with long, chestnut hair, who looked vaguely familiar, waved at them. We'll be right there, Mark said. Have you met my cousin, Zoe? Lena shook her head. I think I've seen her around town, though. Mark laughed. That doesn't surprise me. She and Mason are pretty active in the community. And Mason owned the local art gallery Lena had been meaning to check out. She spent a pleasant hour chatting about art, the island, and met a few more people Mark had grown up with. We should get back to the gallery, Mason said when he finished his second cup of black coffee. We should. Zoe turned to look at Lena. Why don't you two stop by later and check it out? Bring some of your art. I'd love to see a few of your pieces. Are you sure? Lena was stunned. Of course I'm sure, Zoe turned to her cousin. Don't let her bail on us. I recognize that look. What look is that? Mark asked, his lips twitching with amusement. The one that makes artists pull out of exhibition offers on a regular basis, Mason said, his brows furrowed. That happens? Mark asked. More than you know. Mason rose and held his hand out for Zoe. Lena watched the couple walk out. Mark, I didn't know you were in town this week. A man who looked to be about Mason's age walked up, a toddler in tow. I came up early to get some work done for the next stargazing event. Mark motioned for him to take a seat. Lena, this is Parker and his daughter, Grace. He teaches math and physics at the high school. Lena held out her hand. It's nice to meet you both. Are you sure we're not interrupting something? Parker asked. Not at all. Lena turned her attention to the little girl. Do you like to draw? Grace nodded. Good thing I brought these, then. Lena dug around in her purse until she found her case of colored pencils and the sketchbook she kept tucked in there. You don't need to do that, Parker said, digging around in the pockets of his coat. I think I have a stray crayon or two in here somewhere. It's fine. It's a sketch pad. I'm happy to share. Lena flipped it to a clean page and handed Grace a colored pencil. What should we draw? Stars. Grace beamed up at her. Stars sound like a great idea. And how about the moon? Lena picked up a pencil and started sketching. I like the moon. Grace scribbled on the page. Me too. With a few strokes, Lena turned the random loops and lines into the shape of a galaxy of stars, complete with a plant that vaguely looked like Saturn. She's been obsessed with stars since those posters about your next stargazing event went up, Parker said. Lena created those. Mark's voice was full of pride. Seriously? Parker looked over at her. You've got talent. So I keep hearing. Lena returned her attention to the drawing, changing pencils to add a deep midnight blue to the background. Because it's true. Mark scooted closer. You two are doing some amazing work right here. I don't recognize the constellations, though. Lena laughed. I wasn't going for accuracy. Call it abstract art. Grace nodded. Leave us alone. We're making art. Yes, ma'am, Mark said and chuckled. The two men chatted about the Geminid meteor shower and the equipment Mark was bringing up. You should come. Bring Rachel and Grace. It's a family-friendly event, Mark said. I will. It's been a while since I've gazed at the stars. Parker glanced at his phone. Gracie, it's time to go. I'm still drawing, the little girl said, biting her lip in concentration. We're almost done. Lena did a bit more shading, leaving room for Grace to finish her scribbles. 2 minutes or we'll be late for your play date, Parker said. All done. Grace threw down her pencil and held up the drawing. You two did a great job. It's a piece of art. Mark held out his hand for the sketchbook. Mine. Grace pulled it to her chest. That's right. It's your picture. Can I help you tear the page out so you can take it home and show your mommy? Lena asked. Grace nodded. And Rachel? Of course. Lena glanced at Mark, who shook his head. Here you go, sweetie. Thanks for drawing with me. Grace took the piece of paper and Parker thanked her before picking up his daughter and carrying her out of the busy coffee shop. Parker's first wife left him the day Grace was born. She's back in the picture, but Rachel has raised her since she was a tiny little thing, Mark said. Oh. Lena couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to that story, but didn't want to pry. We should go grab your paintings and head to the gallery, Mark said. There are a few other places I want to show you before we lose the light. Lena glanced at her phone. It was barely 2 in the afternoon, but this time of year the sun set early. Ready? Mark rose and grabbed both of their cups. Why not? Lena followed him out of the coffee shop. Don't get your hopes up about the art, though. It's nothing special. Mark barked out a laugh. Right. Did you see what you created with Grace earlier? And the posters and flyers everyone keeps talking about? Those are marketing graphics, Lena said. Not art. Tell that to Andy Warhol. Mark opened the passenger door to his truck and helped her climb inside. Come on in, Mason said, holding the door to Sandy Shore Gallery. There you two are. Zoe walked up, holding out her hands. Let's see what you've got. Can you tone it down a hair, Z? Mark asked, stepping in behind Lena. Are you kidding? It's been ages since we've had an artist in residence here on the island. Do you know what I can do with something like this, to drum up interest in the gallery? Zoe asked. And your art, Lena. How about we don't put the cart before the horse? Mason took the folder of paintings and prints Lena had pulled together in a hurry. Why don't we let these two look at what you've brought and take a stroll around the gallery? Mark asked. If that's okay with you, Z. Zoe waved them off, pulling pages from the portfolio and spreading them across the large table in the center of the gallery. Thank you. Lena took a slow, deep breath. No problem. My cousin can get a little intense. Mark matched her pace, and they slowly made their way around the perimeter of the space. It was bright and airy, with plenty of natural light streaming in through the large windows. Lena caught a glimpse of the harbor down the street. It's fine. I appreciate her taking an interest. Lena looked around at the various pieces on display, walking closer to a piece that caught her attention. It was a watercolor painting of a lighthouse she didn't remember seeing. Where is this? Somewhere close by? It is. It's a little island not far from here. The lighthouse is under historical protection, but you can go out to the island by boat, Mark said. Oh. Lena struggled to hide her disappointment. A friend of mine has a boat. I'll take you out there sometime. Lena beamed at him. I'd love that. This is fantastic, Zoe called across the room. Mason nodded his head. You really think so? Lena rushed back to the table where her art pieces were scattered. I know so. We would like to talk to you about an exhibit, Mason said. Here? Lena turned back to look at the beautiful pieces she had looked at a moment ago. Here. Mason's voice was firm. You are a talented artist and we'd both love the unique perspective your pieces offer. Especially these. Lena smiled. These were inspired by some images Mark shared with me. My cousin the Muse. Zoe grinned. Who knew? The tips of Mark's ears turned bright red and his neck looked flushed. They were from the Hubble telescope. Now that's a muse I can get behind, Zoe said. And it will make quite the story when we promote the exhibition. Let's put it on as soon as possible and tap into all this excitement about the stargazing events. Are there more? Mason asked. This is it, Lena said with a shrug. At least for now. Zoe flipped open her laptop and tapped away on the keys. We could do it around the time of the meteor shower. Few days before, a few days after. That's in 2 weeks. Lena pulled out her phone to confirm the dates. We can be ready if you can, Zoe said, challenge gleaming in her eyes. And we'll take any other pieces you can create between now and then, Mason added. Isn't this a bit rushed? Mark asked, looking at each of them. You've gotta strike when the iron is hot. And thanks to you, 'cause everything celestial is the talk of the town. These paintings will sell like hot cakes. Zoe typed away at her computer. Do you mind if we keep these? Mason asked, motioning to her most recent paintings. I'd like to get a head start on mounting them. Lena shook her head. Yes. No. I don't mind at all. Great. I'll send you some paperwork in a few. Let's get this show on the road. Excitement was written across Zoe's face. When a middle-aged couple in expensive coats stepped inside, Mark and Lena took their leave. Do you need to rush back and get to work on your next piece of art? Mark asked when they stepped out of the gallery. Lena took a deep breath of the cool, salty air, trying to wrap her head around what had happened. She shook her head. I think I'm good. Besides, weren't you going to show me some of your favorite spots on the island? Mark nodded. If you're up for it, we can start with the harbor. It's nothing more than a small-town marina, but the view is pretty. And if we're lucky, you might be able to catch a glimpse of the lighthouse in the distance. Lead the way. She fell into step beside him. We'll pick up a tree for Miss Doris on the way back, Mark said. Lena loved the fact that he hadn't forgotten. The promise to Miss Doris had flown her mind somewhere between the coffee shop and the art gallery. I hope you don't mind the exhibit, Lena said as they strolled hand in hand around the harbor and down to the beach. Why would I mind? Mark asked, squeezing her fingers. I don't want you to think that I'm hijacking your stargazing event, Lena said. Or taking advantage of you. Mark laughed, the sound deep and rich, like expensive caramel covered in good chocolate. You did no such thing. The exhibit was Zoe's idea, and she practically forced it on you. Still. Lena hated even the possibility that their relationship could sour over what had turned out to be one of the most exciting events in her career as an artist. No, still. It's mutually beneficial. Wait until the mayor gets wind of this, Mark said. He let go of her hand and put his arm around her shoulder instead, pulling her close. This is a win-win. And in case I haven't already mentioned it, I'm incredibly proud of you and excited that the world is going to see your interpretation of the galaxies. The world? Lena giggled. The world of Palmar Island, Mark said. And whatever tourists this event and all the holiday festivals draw. Tourists and locals. What more could I ask for? Lena pulled to a stop when she saw the beauty unfolding around her. The sun wasn't far from setting and bathed the scene in front of her in a golden light. The ocean stretched out as far as the eye could see. Off in the distance, she could barely make out the island, the lighthouse standing tall and proud. A squadron of white pelicans flew so low, their wings almost skimmed the water. And as if all of this wasn't picture-perfect enough, a sailboat moved in from up north, heading for the harbor. It's stunning, Lena said. It is. Something in Mark's voice made her turn and look at his handsome face. He wasn't looking at the breathtaking beauty in front of them. He was looking at her with an intensity that took her breath away. He stepped closer and brushed the back of his knuckles across her cheek. It sent shivers up and down her body that had nothing to do with the chill in the wind that blew around them, carrying with it the scent of salt and sea. Mark? Lena lost herself in his beautiful eyes, the hazel irises reminding her of the sea on a stormy day when the water churned, moving everything within it into suspension. "I'm going to kiss you," Mark said, his voice barely audible over the sound of the waves crashing against the shore and the wind that continued to pick up in intensity. "If that's okay with you." She nodded, unable to speak. Mark lowered his head and wrapped his hand around the base of her head. Lena tilted it up, her eyes closing of their own volition. She moaned softly when he brushed his lips across hers. "Good?" Mark asked. She felt his lips twitch up into a smile. He repeated the motion, adding a little more pressure, teasing her. Running out of patience with the man, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him down, deepening their kiss. She melted into his chest and lost herself in his musky scent and the warmth of his body. She felt, as much as heard, his heartbeat, her own sinking with it as her lips parted, desperate to taste him, to lose herself in this kiss. "Ready to go pick out a Christmas tree?" Mark asked when they came up for air. His voice sounded half an octave deeper than it had a little while ago. "A toe-curling kiss ago." "Uh-huh." It was all Lena could get out as she fought her way out of the delicious fog of the most mind-blowing kiss. Chapter 7. Mark sat up, the loud rap against the door pulling him out of the depths of sleep. He rubbed his eyes, his brain taking an extra moment to catch up to his surroundings. "I'm awake," he called when the knocking continued. "Big day today," Ethan said on the other side of the door. "You don't want to be late." His brother was right. It was a big day. Tonight, people from all over the island and surrounding area would gather to watch the holiday sky spectacular, also known as the Geminid meteor shower. Mark threw his covers off and swung his legs out. "I'll be down in a minute." The stairs creaked as Ethan made his way back down. Mark scrubbed his face, trying to wake up, and thought of Lena. They'd spent a lot of time together these past 2 weeks organizing this event, exploring the island, and putting together an exhibition of her most recent paintings. Art that, according to her, was inspired by him. And there had been kissing. Lots of it since that first kiss they'd shared down on the beach. Mark smiled, warm fuzzy feelings taking root in his stomach at the memory of that kiss and those that followed. He trotted into the bathroom and splashed water on his face. Tonight was the meteor shower. And after that, there was no reason for him to see Lena on an almost daily basis. No reason aside from the fact that they enjoyed each other's company. Maybe that would be enough. "What's with the long face?" Ethan asked when Mark walked into the kitchen of the family farmhouse. "There is no long face. Today is a good day. And after tonight, I won't have to deal with Mayor Lamont for quite some time," Mark said. "Ah." Ethan handed him a steaming cup of coffee. "What's that supposed to mean?" Mark asked, taking a sip. "And where's Mom?" Ethan shrugged. "Getting ready for a meeting about the bake sale, I think." "Are you coming tonight?" Mark put 2 pieces of bread in the toaster. "Of course. Olivia and I will both be there. We won't miss your big event." Ethan clapped him on the shoulder before stealing a piece of his toast the moment it popped up. "Gotta run. Chores to take care of." Mark laughed and put butter on his remaining piece before polishing off and heading out the door. Ethan was right. It was a big day. Thanks to Lena's marketing efforts and social media skills, they were expecting more people than he ever imagined. Driving out to Carter Wright's place to set up, Mark thought about the past few weeks. So much had changed since she ran into the back of his car that day. "Mark, over here." Mayor Elizabeth Lamont waved him over. "I need to talk to you about where we can set up the tent." "Tent?" Mark asked. This was news to him. "Yes. We'll have refreshments, activities for the kids, and a silent auction to raise funds for the next holiday skies spectacular. We'll have to come up with a different name for it, though. Unless you can think of something else holiday-related." Mark shook his head. "Nothing else spectacular I can think of until the solar eclipse in April." "Oh. We need to get on with that. Lena, dear. I need to run something by you." The mayor ran off, leaving Mark to decide where to set up the large revival tent he didn't know was going up this morning. She's something else, isn't she? Carter strolled over, coffee in hand. That she is. I had no idea she was bringing in a tent, Mark said. Sorry about that. Carter waved him off. I'm not surprised. Let's figure out where you want this. As far away from the telescopes as possible, Mark said. And I hope the mayor realizes that we'll have to keep lights to a minimum. That was the whole point in coming all the way out here. All you need is a clear line of sight up to the sky? Carter asked. Mark nodded. And as little light pollution as possible. I have an idea. The owner of the vast horse farm took him to the far end of the pasture, past a thicket that would shield them from some of the light coming from the barns and anything else they sat up in the pasture they were standing in. If we set the tent up close to the driveway, it shouldn't bother your equipment too much. The space behind the bushes wasn't large, but it would work. I can take people up in small groups. Give everyone a chance to look through the telescope and then send them back. Sounds like we have a plan, then. I'll get the guys to work. There's a flat spot back there that I think will work. Carter walked off and Mark strolled around, looking for the best spot to set up. Good morning. Everything looking okay over here? Lena walked up and kissed him. Much better now that you're here, Mark said, keeping her close. The tent? Lena asked. I tried to talk her out of it, but she insisted on making this an immersive experience. Her words, not mine. I figured. Mark said. Thankfully, Carter came up with a workaround. We'll set the telescope up here. Only one? She asked. Mark nodded. They are using the other one in a scientific project. Shouldn't be a problem, though. It's hard to track a meteor with a telescope. We'll use this to look at some planets, maybe a close-up of the moon. Is there enough room? Lena stepped away and turned around. We'll make it work. The hard part will be getting folks here and back with no major sources of light. I have an idea. There's this luminescent paint I saw the other day at the hardware store. We could spray 2 lines from the tent up here, marking a path. Lena pulled her phone from her pocket. I'll call Kenny and see if it's still in stock and if he would mind running a can or 2 over. Check with Carter first and make sure there are no issues with it for the horses, Mark said. She nodded and rushed off, already busy talking to the owner of the local hardware store. By the time he walked down to the barn where everyone else was gathered, Lena was deep in conversation with the mayor and Carter. Mark smiled, loving how much she'd become an integral part of their small coastal community in such a short time. She's doing a great job, isn't she? Miss Doris said, walking up and squeezing his arm. No doubt about that. The mayor is full of praise. Mark grinned. He enjoyed seeing her like this. Happy. And from what I hear, the art exhibit is going well. Mark nodded. Zoe said almost all of her pieces sold already. It's been a huge hit. Good for her. She deserves every bit of this. The woman has been working hard between her art and everything she's done for this event tonight, Miss Doris said, turning to look at the subject of their conversation. Lena was directing the crew, who was in charge of setting up the tent. She does. Mark looked at the chaos around him, wondering if he should rush back to the farm to grab his old telescope. I have a feeling we'll have a pretty strong turnout tonight. I think you're right. I should get a few more batches of cookies ready. There should be enough time. She glanced at her watch. I'm sure they won't go to waste. Mark smiled. The woman's baked goods were legendary. Lena and I have things under control here. We'll see you tonight for the big spectacle. You two have gotten close these past few weeks, haven't you? Miss Doris asked. Mark nodded. They had. Let's hope Lena sticks around for a bit longer, Miss Doris said. She waved and rushed off to her car. What's that supposed to mean? Mark looked back at Lena, who was disappearing behind a white van that held some of the pieces of the large tent that would easily hold 200 people. Ready? Lena asked. The day had flown by and the sun was setting. Before long, dusk would turn to night and the stars would light up the sky. As ready as we can be at this point. Mark was surprised how nervous he felt about tonight's event. It'll be a tremendous success. I've talked to folks all over town who are planning on attending, and the online response has been nothing short of spectacular. Mark grinned. I wouldn't expect anything else. Everyone I've talked to today has been singing your praises. Lena blushed, and it was all he could do to keep from pulling her close and kissing her senseless. Did you eat? He asked, to distract himself. Lena shook her head. Not since breakfast. Neither had he. Let's go grab a burger and some coffee. It'll be a long night. I grabbed a nap this afternoon. I'm good to go till dawn. Lena took his hand as they walked to his car. It's been a while since I've stayed up this late, Mark said, holding the door open for her. I'm pretty sure I haven't pulled an all-nighter since college. Lena giggled. Not even for your art? He asked. She shook her head. Too hard to see when your eyes get tired. That could be a problem tonight. Mark pulled out of the horse farm and headed to Mary's diner. I seriously doubt it. By the time they got back from dinner, it was fully dark and the first few groups of people were gathering in and around the tent the mayor had set up. Would you mind saying a few words to introduce tonight's event? Mayor Lamont asked. Not at all. Mark cleared his throat and looked around. If I could have everyone's attention for a moment. He waited for the chatter around him to die down. I would like to welcome y'all to tonight's Holiday Skies Spectacular, Geminid edition. And I would like to take a moment to thank the amazing Lena Morgan over here. None of this would be possible without her, and I'm fairly certain you wouldn't have heard about this event without her. Lena blushed, but a huge smile spread across her beautiful face when everyone broke out into a round of applause. Let's take a minute to talk about what to expect tonight. Mark looked at the excited faces. Our primary goal is to keep light out of our eyes. I recommend you put away your phones for the duration of the event and look up. As if he'd planned this, several meteors shot across the sky. The bright flashes of light lasted for a few seconds. What you're seeing is small pieces burning up as they enter Earth's atmosphere, he said, projecting his voice to make sure everyone could hear. Pay attention to different colors. It's a unique feature of the Geminids. You'll see hues of white, yellow, red, and green. How come they are different colors? A boy of about 10 asked. Great question, Mark said. The meteors are made up of different materials. When they vaporize, they create different colors. Let's see how many different ones we can make out tonight. I'll keep track, the boy assured him. Excellent. What's your name? Mark asked. Thomas. Thomas, I look forward to your report later tonight. Mark smiled at the boy, who reminded him of his own excitement and curiosity at that age. You may also notice persistent trails in the night sky. Those are indicative of a larger meteor. As the frequency of shooting stars increased, Mark walked around, answering questions and pointing out interesting features of what they were observing. In between, he took small groups to the far end of the pasture for a closer look at the moon and several of his favorite constellations. Mark, I heard you had this baby set up out here. Dr. Julianne Hart, a fellow scientist at Aerostar, walked up to the telescope. What am I looking at? The Andromeda Galaxy. He'd chosen it to illustrate the concept of light years and to give his audience a better understanding of the vastness of space and our place within it. Interesting. What can you tell me about it? Julianne asked, curious as always. Mark rattled off the fact sheet he knew by heart. Love it. And everything you put together here, she said as they made their way back to the tent. Thank you. I've been enjoying it. And I've had some help. Mark spotted Lena and waved her over. I'd like to introduce you to Lena Morgan. Without her, this wouldn't have been possible. Lena, this is Dr. Julianne Hart. We work together. It's nice to meet you. Lena smiled politely. Likewise. Julianne returned her attention to him. You timed this perfectly. Once we get started with Celestial Nexus, I doubt any of us will have time for this kind of thing. Better enjoy it while we can. What was she talking about? Lena asked after Julianne stepped into the tent for hot cocoa and cookies. It's a new project at work. We start right after the holidays. Mark ran a hand through his hair. And you're going to be busy for a while? Lena asked. Mark nodded. I'll be spending most of my time in Charleston. Oh. Lena, could you come over here? Mayor Lamont asked. There's someone I want you to meet. He watched her walk off to talk with the mayor and Mr. Fowler, the principal of Palmar Island High School. Well, that looks promising, Miss Doris said, startling him with her quiet approach. How so? Mark asked, his curiosity ratcheting up a notch or two. He and the mayor have been looking for someone to get involved in the school's art program and a couple of other community projects. I suggested Lena would be a good fit. You did you? Mark asked. I thought you'd be pleased. Miss Doris turned and looked straight at him. Don't you want Lena to stay here on the island? Mark shrugged. I'm not sure. Well, you better figure it out. Miss Doris squeezed his arm. But first, show me this far-off galaxy everyone keeps talking about. He thought about what the future held for them, with Lena putting in roots here on Palmar Island, and his commitments in Charleston pulling him away from her and the place he called home. It was well past midnight when the crowd started to die down and he got a moment to catch up with Lena. This was fun, she said, hiding a yawn. It was. Mark leaned back in one of the folding chairs that were scattered across the pasture. Look, a shooting star. Lena pointed up to the sky. Mark grinned. It's the night for them. Lena playfully punched him in the shoulder. Hey, what was that for? He asked. For ruining the mood. Lena stared up at the night sky above them. Mark followed suit. Did you ever make a wish when you see one? She asked softly, her voice barely a whisper. All the time, Mark said. Still do. A large meteor shot across his field of vision, its long tail trailing behind. That's one of those big ones you were talking about, isn't it? Mark nodded. Make a wish. I wish for a place to belong. Somewhere where I feel like I have a purpose. Where I'm needed. And I think I wish it's here on the island. He didn't have the heart to tell her that you're not supposed to share the wish if you wanted it to come true. Instead, he closed his eyes and made a wish of his own. He wished there was a path that would allow them to be together. He wished for a future where he could bridge the distance between his work and his heart. Chapter 8. There's the woman everyone's talking about. Zoe rushed forward, pulling Lena inside the main exhibit area the moment Lena set foot into Sandy Shore Gallery. Mason has some news to share with you. Lena raised an eyebrow. What about? It's good news, trust me. Zoe strode to the back where the owner of the gallery stood in front of one of her larger pieces, inspired by the space images Mark had shared with her. Mason stuck a small, sold sign in the bottom right corner of the frame that held the oil painting. Congratulations. You sold another one. I did? Lena stared at him in disbelief. You did. All but 2 of the pieces from the exhibition have sold. I'd call that a smashing success. And I think this calls for a toast. Zoe's grin was huge. It lit up her entire face. Shouldn't we at least wait until this evening? Lena asked. The sun was barely setting, and she had an entire evening of mingling with visitors ahead of her on this last day of her exhibition at the gallery. Don't worry, I won't bring the champagne out until later, Zoe said. But that doesn't mean we can't toast Palmar Island's latest artistic genius. I'll be right back. Hardly, Lena muttered under her breath, warmth rising up her cheek. She's right, you know. Mason walked the gallery space, inviting her to come along. Lena shook her head. Would you consider leaving these 2 pieces with the gallery for a while longer? He asked, stopping in front of one of the paintings that had yet to sell. I'm confident I can sell them in the coming weeks. We'll have a lot of people come through here from now through New Year's. Why not? I don't have any plans for them. Lena stared at the image of a white dwarf. It was less vibrant and colorful than most of her other pieces, fitting for the depiction of a dying star in a galaxy unfathomably far away. Here we go, Zoe said, walking up with a tray of cups. 3 coffees to toast Lena's success. They each grabbed a cup and lifted it in the air. To Lena, Mason said. Zoe echoed the sentiment, and Lena grew more uncomfortable. At least, they were the only people in the gallery at the moment. What did you think of this whole experience? Zoe asked. I know this isn't your first exhibit, but it's your first with us. Lena took a sip of the coffee to give herself a moment to think. It's been fun. She was surprised how much she'd enjoyed it. Interacting with people, seeing them react to her art, was giving her a feeling of satisfaction she hadn't felt in ages. I think we did a good job introducing you to the community, Mason said. You did, thank you. Even though she was glad the exhibit was coming to an end, it had brought her a deeper connection to the island and its residents. I've met so many kind people these past few days. We should do it again, Zoe said, practically vibrating with excitement. Lena let out a nervous laugh. Maybe, but not anytime soon. Why not? The woman looked at her with surprise. For one, I'll have to spend some time creating new pieces, Lena said. And? Mason's eyes were kind and full of understanding. Lena swallowed. I'm not entirely comfortable interacting with the public this way. He nodded. I get that. A lot of artists feel that way. Some won't make an appearance at all. Don't get me wrong, this was interesting and I appreciate all the time and effort you put into it, Lena said. But at the end of the day, I'd much rather spend my time painting, creating, losing myself in my art. But you're great at this part of it, Zoe said, her eyes growing wide. And you did an amazing job working with the public for Mark's stargazing event. That was different, Lena said. How so? Zoe asked. You even kept Mayor Lamont happy, and let me tell you, that was no small feat. Lena smiled, thinking back on the experience. She'd enjoyed the work and a big part of it had been Mark's involvement. He'd been there by her side almost every step of the way. She blushed. And there's no denying that this place is inspiring you. Look at what you've created. Zoe spun around, pointing at the images. They were some of Lena's best work. Even to her own eyes, they felt more vibrant and engaging than anything else she'd created in a long time. Lena tugged at the neck of the soft cashmere sweater she wore with a pair of black slacks for the occasion. She wasn't comfortable having a conversation with Mark's cousin about how much Palmar Island, its people, and especially the man who'd inspired this series, had played a role in reigniting her passion for her art. To her relief, the front door opened and the first group of guests arrived, bringing with them a gust of cool air. Saved by the bell, Lena muttered, watching Mason walk up and greet the art enthusiasts. Go, do your thing, Zoe encouraged her with a smile. And starting tomorrow, you can go back to losing yourself in your art. The evening flew by, and as had happened opening night, Lena found herself enjoying most of the conversations she was having. Yes, it was exhausting and not something she'd enjoy doing on a regular basis, but Zoe wasn't wrong. She was good at this part of the job. Hours later, when the crowd thinned, Lena looked around, hoping to find a chair or stool to get off her feet for a bit. Zoe covered her face, hiding a yawn, and even Mason was looking at his watch every few minutes. Lena bit back a groan when she heard the door open, announcing yet another visitor. She plastered a smile on her face and turned. It grew into genuine joy when she recognized the late arrival. Mark, what are you doing here? I thought you were back in Charleston. He stood there, wearing a long coat and suit, looking decidedly too handsome. These are for you. He held out a stunning mixed bouquet, a vibrant medley of amaryllis, white lilies, blue irises, and winter jasmine, all tied together with festive greenery. It's beautiful. Lena struggled to capture its beauty and vibrancy with words. But what are you doing here? Mark's lips twitched into a half smile. It's your last night. I didn't want to miss the chance to congratulate you on a successful exhibit. Lena blushed. Does that mean you raced all the way up here from Charleston? Mark nodded. That's why I'm so late. I would have been here earlier, but it doesn't matter. I'm here now. You're here now. She cradled the bouquet in the crook of her arm and slipped her free hand into his. We're about to shut this down, Zoe said with a wink. If you want to take those flowers home and get them in some water. Mark cleared his throat and turned to face Lena. I was hoping I could take you out to dinner. Lena looked out the window. It was pitch dark outside and well past 10 o'clock. She doubted there was anything open on the island at this hour. It's a little late for that, isn't it? The disappointed look on his face broke her heart. I drove here with Zoe. I'd appreciate a ride back to Miss Doris's house, if you don't mind. I could do that. Mark pulled her closer, waving at his cousin and Mason before walking her out to his car. How was work? Lena asked when she buckled in, the bouquet laying in her lap. It was good. Busy. Mark pulled out of the parking lot and headed on the main street that ran the length of the small island. Something you can talk about? Lena asked. Or are they big government secrets? If I tell you, I'd have to kill you. Mark chuckled. Just kidding. There are details I can't go into, but Aerostar is promoting the project all over the place. How come? Don't those types of places usually play their cards close to their chests? Lena asked. Trade secrets and all that? Mark laughed, the sound deep and guttural. It gave her goosebumps. Usually they do, but this time around, Aerostar has some good reasons to get the word out about Project Celestial Nexus. Fancy name. What exactly is this project about? I haven't heard anything. Lena turned to look at the man who had crashed into her life when she'd least expected it. Technically, she'd crashed into him, but Celestial Nexus is a network of satellites that will help us monitor the effects of climate change. It should give us the big picture data we need to make a difference, Mark says. Sounds ambitious. Lena leaned back in her seat. It is. It's a pretty big deal, and the government is putting a good bit of money into it. Mark kept his eyes on the road in front of him, the beam of his headlights illuminating the empty road ahead of them. The goal is to be able to make informed decisions and implement effective strategies to combat climate change on a global scale. This is important to you, isn't it? Lena was surprised how passionate he was about something that would probably take up a good chunk of his time. If what his colleague had insinuated during the meteor shower was correct. It is. It could have far-reaching effects. Mark cleared his throat. Don't get me wrong, it'll be a lot of work and it will take a good while to get this off the ground, but once we're up and running, we'll gain invaluable data. We'll have scientific knowledge that we can apply to the greater good. What's not to love? Indeed, Lena muttered. What's not to love? It was a noble cause. An important one. Global warming was a cause that was near and dear to her own heart. She did what she could on a personal level, but Mark had the chance to be part of something that sounded like it could have a much bigger impact. How could she resent him for spending time in Charleston, away from the place that had become her new home? I'll have to spend more time down there, but I'll be back on Palmar Island, any chance I get, he said, reaching over to grab her hand. He squeezed it before returning his hand to the steering wheel. Much too soon, Miss Doris's house came into view. This is me, Lena said, unbuckling her seatbelt and picking up the flowers in her lap. Thank you for showing up tonight. It meant the world. I'm glad. Mark opened his door and rushed around to get hers. He held out his hand, and she took it. Mind if I walk you to the door? I'd like that. She was drawn to those soulful eyes looking at her like a moth to the light. Do you have a key? Mark asked when they stood in front of the door, the porch lamp lighting up his handsome face. I do. Lena handed him the flowers and rummaged through her purse until she found it. She unlocked the door and turned back. Thanks again. You're welcome. Mark took a step closer and lowered his head. She held her breath and her eyes fluttered shut of their own volition. Lena felt his warm breath wash over her. His lips brushed against hers. She raised her arms and wrapped them around his neck, pulling him closer in a move that felt natural, familiar. Mark deepened their kiss, taking her breath away. Lena wasn't sure how long they stood there, lost in the feeling of melting together. She felt out of breath when they finally pulled apart, the flowers dangling down his side, Mark's fingers gripping the stems tightly. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like a hummingbird inside her chest. Fitting since her stomach had been taken over by a kaleidoscope of butterflies. Good night, Lena. Mark raised the flowers and held them out. Lena took them. Good night. He stepped down onto the pathway that led back to the sidewalk and his car. Lena opened the door and was halfway in when she heard him call her name. She turned and saw him looking at her. Would you have coffee with me? Tomorrow morning, he asked. So we can talk. Lena touched her hand to her lips. They felt hot and a little swollen from his kiss. The kiss that had made her forget about all the reasons why things probably wouldn't work out between them. She nodded and watched him drive off. Thanks for meeting me here. Mark rose to his feet and motioned for her to sit down. I grabbed us both a French roast coffee. Hope that's okay. It's perfect. Lena added a spoon of sugar and a touch of milk to hers. I wasn't sure if you'd prefer one of Mitch's new holiday drinks. Mark turned and pointed at the chalkboard behind the counter. It was filled with fancy drink names, from gingerbread latte to eggnog cappuccino. Lena smiled. I think I prefer this. She raised the cup to her lips and took a sip. It was warm and smooth with a hint of bitterness that woke up her senses. I can't believe how crowded this place is, Mark said. Especially at 9 in the morning. Don't people have to be at work? Lena looked around. The coffee shop was more crowded than usual. People were hustling and bustling around, checking their phones while waiting for their order. Upbeat holiday music added to the festive energy of the space. The excitement was palpable. I guess a lot of people took a few days off to get their Christmas shopping done. Or maybe they are already here on vacation. Christmas isn't far off. Mark nodded. Sounds nice. Lena laughed. You do realize you're taking today off, right? He grinned. I guess I am. At the risk of ruining it, Lena said. How is work? Tell me more about Project Nexus. Right. Mark sat up and cleared his throat. It's an important project for Aerostar and especially for my department. What will your role in it be? Lena asked. I'm not sure yet. We're in the early stages, building teams and getting resources into place. Mark took a sip of his coffee. I had a meeting with my boss about it yesterday. It's why I was late for the last day of your exhibit. Lena waved him off. It was fine. And the flowers more than made up for it. Mark smiled. I'm glad. You were telling me about meeting your boss, Lena prompted when he stayed quiet. I did. He pulled me in and asked me to clear my schedule. He wants me to wrap up everything I'm working on between now and the holidays. Lena's eyes grew wide. That's less than 2 weeks. Is that even possible? She had no idea what his actual work looked like, but they had to be big projects. Important work. Not something you could rush through and wrap up in a matter of days. Mark shrugged. Some of it will have to go to other people, other teams. It's possible. But, she asked. It means working insane hours for a little while, Mark said, keeping his tone light. His hands fidgeted with his spoon and he kept shifting in his chair. To be honest, it's nothing new for me. You don't sound terribly excited about it, though. Lena said. It sounds like a huge opportunity. I figured you'd be jumping for joy about this. It is an amazing opportunity. Something I've been waiting for and working toward. Mark sat up straight and looked deep into her eyes. What is it? She asked. I'm worried about what this means for us. This thing between you and me, he said. This relationship. It's so new. So fragile. It is, isn't it? Lena thought back on the kiss they'd shared last night. It had felt solid then, but without that physical connection, without the ability to talk and get to know each other better, would it survive? Could it possibly continue to thrive? Lena was surprised how much she wanted this. And how much the thought of losing what they might have scared her. A line she'd never noticed before formed on Mark's forehead. He rubbed his temples, and it faded. I'm a driven person, Lena. I love my work and, more importantly, I feel committed to this project. I get that. She didn't like it, but she understood. I want to spend more time up here, on the island, Mark said. With you. I'm afraid my involvement in Project Nexus may put a strain on our relationship. Relationship. There was that word again. Was she ready to take what they had to the next level? Get seriously involved, when she wasn't even sure this was where she wanted to stay? Palmar Island was supposed to be a stop on her journey. A place to recharge and find her spark of creativity, before moving on to bigger and better things. Penny for your thoughts? Mark asked. Honestly, they are all over the place. You're right, this is new and fragile. And with you spending every waking hour in Charleston. I'll be busy, but it doesn't mean I won't have days off, Mark said. I could be back here most weekends, and maybe you could come down for a visit here and there. Charleston is pretty this time of year. That's certainly an option. It wouldn't be easy, and with both of them traveling back and forth, it would be hard to find time for her art. Plus, now that the job for the mayor was done, she really needed to look for more permanent work. At least the success of the exhibit gave her a bit of a financial cushion. How perfect. Just the two people I was looking for. Mayor Lamont walked up to their table, a huge smile on her face. Lena blinked, wondering if she'd somehow conjured the energetic woman by thinking about her a moment ago. Mayor, what can we do for you? Mark motioned for her to sit. Thank you, dear. I can't stay long. First, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you've both done with the stargazing event. It was a smashing success, and people keep calling my office. The mayor took her seat. Let's plan to do more of these. Maybe during the warmer summer nights? I'm sure the tourists would love it. We can certainly do that. I'll look into what's happening in the skies in July and August. Mark pulled out his phone and made a note. And I'm assuming you'll be available to help organize and create the marketing materials? Elizabeth Lamont looked at Lena. I'll have to look at my schedule, Lena hedged. Staying more than a few months on the island hadn't really been part of the plan. Excellent. Now, for the real reason I tracked you down. The mayor turned and waved Mitch over. A round of those new Christmas cookie frappuccinos, please. Coming right up, Mayor, Mitch said, like it was the most natural thing in the world to be waved over like he was some waiter. Mark stared at her like the woman had lost her mind. That's really not necessary. Mayor Lamont held up a hand. You have to try it. Trust me. He shook his head and shot Lena a glance that felt like a cry for help. She bit back a smile. Listen, I'm in a bit of a pickle, and I think the two of you are in the perfect position to help me out. How would you like to become Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus? She asked. Excuse me? Lena didn't think she heard the woman right. This weekend's Christmas market is falling apart. Santa and his team of elves can't make it, and to be honest, the whole event could use your organizational talents. The mayor shook her head. People will be disappointed if there's no Santa to take pictures with. Think of the children. You want us to sit in a booth all day with children on our laps, smiling at a camera? Mark asked in disbelief. Yes, but there's so much more to it than that. You engage with the kids, talk to them, spread the cheer and the magic of Christmas. Mayor Lamont beamed at them. The two of you are perfect for it. Say you'll do it and you'll have my eternal gratitude. When Mitch arrived with the iced beverages, topped with whipped cream and colorful sprinkles, Lena took a long sip. There was no way she would spend an entire weekend looking like a holiday version of Miss Doris. "We'll do it," Mark said. "When do you need us there?" Chapter 9. "Mark Winter, is that you?" Miss Doris walked up to him, her steel-gray eyes staring intently into his. "It is." Mark lowered the fake beard he was wearing along with a deep red suit with a pillow shoved into his pants. "Well, I must say, you make a splendid Santa Claus." Miss Doris put a hand on her hip and nodded her approval. "Doesn't he?" Lena stepped out of the cabin that was part changing room, part picture display. Mark couldn't help staring. She looked adorable dressed up as Mrs. Claus, complete with a white-haired wig and a red skirt that matched his suit. She wrapped a starched white apron around her waist, tying it in the back. "You both do. And I think you'll give Scott a run for his money," Miss Doris said. "I had my doubts about you too, but I must say, Elizabeth chose well." "Can I get that in writing?" the mayor asked, walking over. "Better yet, I'll have Lena turn it into one of those graphic posters and we can hang it up for everyone to see." Miss Doris took the teasing in stride. "The children will love it. I hope the two of you are ready." "We are." Lena stepped up onto the platform that held their chairs, flanked by small Christmas trees and tall candy canes. She linked her arm with his. "Excellent." The mayor looked at her wristwatch. "You have half an hour to get everything up and running. Lena, you don't mind getting everyone lined up, do you? The photographer should be here any minute." "Not at all," Lena said. "Good luck." Miss Doris waved and the two women strode off, ready to deal with whatever else came up and determined not to let it derail the plans for the Christmas market. "I think I saw some packages and a large brown sack in the back." Mark walked through the small door to the side of the building and handed a stack of wrapped gifts to Lena. "Oh good. They're empty." Lena handled them without effort and set them out. They spent their time arranging and rearranging the Santa display, moving empty gift boxes and turning the chairs this way, then that. "Sit in that chair for a minute," Lena said, pointing to the larger of the two velvet-covered pieces that looked more like thrones than chairs. He did as asked and watched her step off the display area. She walked back and turned to face him, taking it all in. "What do you think?" he called across the space. Lena raised her hands, using her fingers to create a frame. He saw her hazel eyes sparkle with joy. "It'll do." "I think it will do more than that," a deep voice said. Mark turned and saw a young man dressed in jeans and a puffy jacket walk up. A professional-looking camera was slung across his shoulder and a charcoal gray beanie covered most of his sandy blonde hair. "And you are?" Lena looked far from impressed. Mark got to his feet and stepped down to join them. "Tyler Bennett," the young man said and held out his hand. "I'm the photographer. Mayor Lamont didn't mention you." Lena shook his hand. "I think I've seen you around." Mark held his own hand out and gave the guy a firm handshake. Tyler flinched only for a moment. "I grew up on the island." Tyler put his hand in the pocket of his jeans. "I've been taking pictures here for the last 3 years." "You don't look old enough," Lena blurted out. "I'm 25, Tyler said. And a senior at the University of South Carolina, about to graduate with a degree in photography. It's been good enough for the mayor and for Scott. I'm sure you do an amazing job." Mark wasn't sure what to do with his hands. Unlike Tyler, his baggy velvet pants were lacking pockets. "Shall we get set up, then?" Tyler asked, looking from him to Lena. "What do you need from us?" Mark asked. Tyler walked around, pulling his camera up and twisting the manual focus. "This isn't bad. I think it might work better than the original setup." "Thanks." Lena's face looked like she was warming up to the guy. "When do we start?" The mayor wasn't specific about how this will work. Tyler shrugged. "As soon as people line up." "Won't be long." "In that case, I think I'll go grab us some hot chocolate," Lena said, slinging her purse across her shoulder. I'll come with you. Mark looked for his phone and wallet, but both were safely tucked away in the jacket's pocket. The jacket that hung inside their changing room. I think you better stay, Lena said. In case some kids show up. All right. Mark didn't like it, but at least Tyler was staying too. Something about setting up and adjusting settings. Would you mind sitting in the chair for me? Tyler asked. I'd like to take a couple of practice shots. Mark's lips twitched. I didn't realize you had to practice. Tyler burst out laughing. I do, but this is more about making a few last-minute adjustments to make sure the pictures turn out. Light, exposure, color saturation, that kind of thing. Mark nodded. Doesn't sound that different from operating a decent telescope. Oh, that's right. You're the astronomer guy. Tyler took a few shots. I heard about you. Missed the big stargazing event the other day. It turned out pretty well. Mark thought back to the sizable crowd they'd drawn and how pleased the mayor had looked. I wouldn't mind trying my hand at some night sky photography. The camera flashed once, twice, and then a third time in rapid succession. I'd love to pick your brain later, if you have a few minutes. Sure thing. Mark let out a small sigh of relief when Lena came back carrying 3 to-go cups. Would you mind keeping an eye on mine for a few minutes? Tyler asked. I promised to take some shots of the big Christmas tree. Not at all, Mark said quickly. Lena raised an eyebrow. Don't stay too long. I see the first few people trickling in. Tyler saluted her and sauntered off toward the center of the market where the tall Douglas fir decked out in lights and decorations stood, proud and tall, at the center of the festivities. He's something else, isn't he? Lena shook her head and handed him his hot chocolate. He's a kid. Mark took a sip. It was hot and sweet, the liquid warming him from the inside. And he has more experience doing this than we do. Lena laughed. You're right about that. I have no clue what I'm doing. I guess our biggest issue will be dealing with the disappointment that there's no reindeer. Mark leaned against the side of the platform that held their chairs and the display. Lena joined him, standing close enough for him to feel the warmth of her body and smell the scent of her shampoo. He wasn't sure what it was, but it smelled like sunshine and spring. Combined with the rich taste of the hot chocolate, it was a heady combination. Reindeer? Mark nodded. Scott has a pet reindeer he rescued years ago. He usually brings it. He's a funny little guy. Lena sighed and laid her head on his shoulder. Tell me we can do this. He put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her closer. We can do this. They stood there, arm in arm, for a moment, drinking hot chocolate and listening to the holiday music playing through speakers all around them. Mom, look, a young girl called. It's Mr. and Mrs. Claus. You two make a great team, Tyler said when there was a short break in the people coming to see Santa. We do, don't we? Lena grinned. Her cheeks were rosy and her eyes blazing with joy. She was having fun. As was he. Mark was surprised how much he enjoyed having child after child climb onto his lap, sharing their heartfelt wishes with him. I'm going to grab some lunch. Tyler dropped his camera, letting it hang by the strap wrapped around his neck. Can I bring you anything? They both shook their heads. We're good, Mark said. Try to make it back in half an hour. You've got it, boss. This is nice. Lena handed him a water bottle. What is? Mark asked, drinking half of it. With the sun blasting in all its glory above them, it was getting surprisingly warm this close to Christmas. The thick suit he was wearing wasn't helping. Us, she said. Working together like this. It is, isn't it? Mark was tempted to take his Santa hat and wig off for a moment. He resisted the urge, taking another sip of cool water instead. He didn't want to risk disappointing a child running up, excited to see him. I could get used to this. She walked up and kissed him on the tip of his nose. Mark looked around and when the coast was clear, he pulled on his beard, lowering it enough to give her a real kiss. It was short and sweet, a promise of what was to come when they were done for the day. We have the entire weekend. We do. Lena grinned and fixed his beard. Ready to get back to work, Santa? The afternoon went by quickly, and he was enjoying every minute. Lena was right. It was nice to work side by side and spend all day together. Mark made a mental note to thank the mayor. Maybe get her some flowers. Ready to see Santa Claus? A young woman asked, leading a shy toddler their way. The little guy was shaking his head, doing his best to dig in his heels. Hey there, I'm Mrs. Claus. It's nice to meet you. Lena crouched down until she was eye level with the young boy. This is Eli, his mother said. He's here to see Santa. Hello, Eli. Who is your friend? Lena pointed to a stuffed elephant the blond boy was clutching in his arms. Ollie. Eli held the small toy out. Lena petted the elephant's head. He's very soft. I bet he is a great snuggle buddy. Eli nodded his head, hair flying up and down. Do you want to show Ollie to Santa? Lena asked. I think he would love to see him. Eli pulled the stuffed elephant close to his chest. I would love to meet Ollie, Mark said, keeping his voice soft. Can you bring him up here? Eli nodded, and when Lena held out her hand, he took it. Mark watched the two of them walk up the steps to join him on the platform. Hello, Eli and Ollie. It's good to meet both of you. Mark held out his hand. Instead of shaking it, Eli gave him the toy. Mark sat the little elephant on his knee. And what would you like for Christmas this year? He moved the stuffed animal around on his knee. What was that? Mark lifted the elephant to his ear. Peanuts? I think we can make that happen. Mark smiled and returned the toy to the little boy. How about you, Eli? Would you like to tell me what you want for Christmas? Mark asked. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar face. He forced his attention back to the task at hand and lifted the boy into his lap. I want a dump truck, Eli said, clutching his elephant and looking up at him with so much trust it melted Mark's heart. And candy. Dump truck and candy, Mark said. He glanced at the boy's mother. I think we can make that happen. Eli grinned. And peanuts for Ollie. Of course. Mark put him down. Merry Christmas. Eli waved, and his mother wished them all a very Merry Christmas as well. Mark watched Tyler hand her his card as Dr. Julianne Hart, his colleague from Aerostar, walked up, pushing her way to the front of the line. Mark, can you take a break? I need to talk to you. Julianne held up her phone. We've been trying to call you all day. I've been busy. Mark ignored the raised eyebrow on Lena's face. He looked at the line of eager children forming, waiting to see him. Still am. 5 minutes. Julianne nodded and followed him inside the shed that served as their changing room. Too busy to answer your phone? He pulled the device out of the pocket of the jacket, hanging on a hook behind the door. Santa can't have a phone going off. I guess not. Julianne took the only chair in the small space, crossing her legs and staring up at him. And I'm sorry, but this can't wait. Mark's stomach tightened at her words. Her presence here could only mean one thing. And he didn't want to hear it. It'll have to. Julianne shook her head. Not an option. The timeline moved up. We need you back in Charleston. When? Mark asked. Now. Several hours ago, actually. Everything's a go for Celestial Nexus. I need you to come back with me. Julianne got to her feet. Change. I'll wait for you outside. There's no one to take over for me here. Mark looked at the door and her hand on the knob. It's your job, Mark. We need you. Julianne opened the door. I'll go find us some coffee. We'll be working late. Thanks to him. Because they hadn't been able to reach him. He didn't need her to say it out loud. While he peeled off his Santa suit, the reality of what was happening hit him. He was needed in Charleston immediately. The chances of getting more than a few hours off between now and Christmas were slim to none. And who knew what would happen after that? "Everything okay?" Lena asked when he stepped out. "I'm sorry, but I have to head out." Mark took the coffee Julianne handed him. "Work emergency." "When will you be back?" Lena stared at him, the panic he felt setting in. The line of excited children behind her was growing by the minute. "Not in time to help you with any of this," Mark said. "I'm sorry." "You're kidding, right?" Lena's mouth tightened and her eyebrows drew together. "You can't leave me high and dry." "You're..." He held up a hand. Lena stepped closer. Close enough for her sweet breath to wash across his face. "You're Santa," she hissed, low enough that there wasn't a chance any of the kids could hear her. "You can't walk out." "I don't have a choice," Mark said. "I'm sorry. I'll call you later." "Don't bother," she called after him as he made his way across the market to the car Julianne had waiting for them. Chapter 10. This can't be happening. Lena reached up to run her fingers through her hair. She stopped when she touched the wig. That thing was quickly becoming the bane of her existence. It was hot and itchy, and it took every ounce of her willpower to keep from ripping it off her head. "Don't worry, we'll figure something out." Tyler smiled at her encouragingly. "You can't wrangle kids and take pictures at the same time. Besides, they're looking for Santa." Lena looked at the growing line. "Where is Mark?" Miss Doris walked up, taking in the scene in front of her. "He had to leave. Something work-related." "Oh." Miss Doris looked around. "Looks like we have a Santa-sized gap to fill." "We do." The line kept growing, and while most of the kids took it in stride, some of the mothers were clearly running out of patience. "Here's what we'll do." Miss Doris pulled her along to the storage room. "Change into an elf costume. I'll play Mrs. Santa Claus while you bring the children to me. We still need a Santa." Lena appreciated the initiative, but wasn't sure what good swapping one Mrs. Claus for another would do. "I'm working on that." Miss Doris pulled out a flip phone. "Change." Lena did as asked, stepping out of the changing room dressed like an elf, complete with pointy shoes and candy cane-striped stockings. "Don't you look like a perfect elf?" Miss Doris smiled at her, eyes sparkling. "Any luck with a replacement for the big guy?" Lena asked. "Of course. He's on his way." Miss Doris stepped into the small room. "I'll be out in a jiffy. Tell Tyler to get ready." "Oh, and I won't need this." Lena took the wig she'd been wearing all morning. Suppressing a laugh, she shoved it into her bag. Being dressed as an elf was more comfortable than her previous getup, even with the pointy felt shoes. "Everyone ready to meet Mrs. Claus?" she asked the crowd in front of her. "What about Santa?" a precocious girl with pigtails asked. "He's on his way," Lena said. "And Mrs. Claus promises to make sure he knows exactly what you want for Christmas." "Who's ready to take their picture with the First Lady of the North Pole?" Several arms shot up into the air. "Ready when you are." Tyler grinned and Lena motioned for the girl with pigtails to follow her as he raised his camera, taking several pictures of them in quick succession. "Don't do that," Lena said, shooting him a look. "Mayor's orders." "She wants shots to promote the Christmas market on social media." "She has someone new working for her," Tyler said. "Of course she did." Lena shook her head. She had no doubt the emails from the mayor were already hitting her inbox. It was going to be a long day. "You make a cute elf," Tyler called after her. "Ignore him." Miss Doris smiled and waved the girl over. "Why don't you tell me what you want for Christmas?" she asked the girl. "Why did Santa have to leave?" the girl asked. "There was an emergency with a reindeer," Miss Doris said. "Everything is fine, but they needed Santa to give those guys a stern talking to." Pigtails nodded, her face serious. "I bet they were mean to Rudolph again." "Something like that." Miss Doris smiled. "Now, if you want to share your wish, I promise I will pass it along to Santa." Pinky promise? The girl asked. Pinky promise. Miss Doris lowered her voice. Lena could barely make out the words. And I'll make sure it goes on the top of his list. The girl leaned in and whispered something into Miss Doris's ear. You've got it. Ready for our picture? Miss Doris turned her to face the camera, keeping a hand on her shoulder. What did she say? Lena asked, earning herself a raised eyebrow. Shoo! Miss Doris put a finger to her lips. The girl was well out of earshot. So I can pass it along to her mom. Oh. Miss Doris's face fell. She wants a Barbie doll. Lena passed the wish along to the girl's mother, who thanked them both. We need a system, Miss Doris said, looking less enthusiastic than she had a little while ago. We'll figure it out. Lena hoped she was right. She already missed Mark. An hour in, the two of them were finding their groove, and even Tyler approved. Still, the calls for Santa continued. Any update? Lena asked when they took a quick break. He should be here any minute. Miss Doris looked out across the crowd filtering through the busy holiday market. Who? Lena asked for the third time today. Miss Doris grinned. There he is. Lena followed the older woman's gaze and saw a man dressed in a Santa suit, similar to the one Mark left in the changing room. He was striding toward them, and there was something familiar about him. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Like father, like son, Miss Doris said. A light bulb went off in Lena's mind. Mr. Winter, what are you doing here? Claus, he said with a twinkle in his eyes. Santa Claus. At your service. What happened to Mark? Chloe asked when she brought Toby to have his picture taken. He had to get back to his job. Lena looked around, making sure the young boy wasn't within earshot. Thankfully, he was busy chatting with Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus. From the sound of it, he was dictating an extensive list of wishes. He had to rush back down to Charleston. Some work thing that couldn't wait. Lena shrugged, doing her best not to let her disappointment show. Really? This close to Christmas? Chloe shook her head. Can't say I'm surprised, though. That man is the definition of a workaholic. What do you mean? Lena didn't think of him that way at all. He'd come up at any chance he'd gotten and taken more time off work to help around the family farm, organize the stargazing event, and fill in for Santa. Chloe shrugged. He's been that way since high school. Mark gets really interested in something and he just sort of disappears. I remember his mother complaining about hardly ever seeing him last summer. Don't read too much into it. Maybe he needed a reason to come up here more. And we've all had times when we're called into work unexpectedly. I remember a last-minute wedding where I had to pull out all the stops and half my inventory to get the flower arrangements done. Chloe smiled at her encouragingly. You're probably right. Lena forced a polite smile. And Chloe wasn't wrong. How often had she completely lost herself in her art? As the day progressed, Lena had several other residents mention Mark. None of them seemed surprised that he had taken off for a work project. Hardest working man I know, Mr. Griffith said. The older man was waiting around, hoping Miss Doris could take a break. Or at least that's the impression Lena was getting when he kept walking over to chat. He is? She asked. Has been since he was a little boy. Mr. Griffith nodded his head. But then, all the Winter brothers work hard and give it 100%. They get it from their father. Lena looked up at the man in the Santa costume. Mark's father certainly looked like he was giving it everything. He was kind and patient, taking his time with each child and listening to their wishes and concerns. Just like his son had done before he'd left her high and dry. She sighed. And I wouldn't worry about that pretty doctor friend of his. Mr. Griffith's attention switched to Mrs. Claus. Ready to join me for some hot chocolate? Lena watched the two of them walk off, heads bent together, giggling like middle school girls. Dr. Julianne Hart. Today was the second time the woman had come up here to talk to Mark. Was there something going on he forgot to mention? Or decided not to bring up? Lena played their interaction earlier back through her head. They'd seemed familiar. Comfortable with each other to a level that went past a regular working relationship. Was it friendship, or was it more? Or maybe it had been more than that once upon a time. "Wanna go find some food?" Tyler asked, slinging his camera off to the side. "I'm starving, and Santa looks like he could use a break." "I'm good, but you're right. I'll go check on Mr. Winter, you go on ahead." Lena wasn't in the mood for the young man's banter. "You don't have to stick around for me." Henry Winter got to his feet and rubbed the small of his back. "I think I'm going to take a stroll around the market. See if I can find a little something for my wife." "I'll come with you." Lena stepped up beside him. "You might need someone to help if you're walking around dressed like that." "Santa." A pair of twin girls ran up, hugging the older man. He looked at them over their heads and winked. "Maybe you have a point." "Santa is on an important mission," Lena said, looking around for their parents. Mr. Henry crouched down. "I have a minute if you want to tell me what you'd like for Christmas." "We made a list," one of them says. "In Miss Lindemann's class." Her sister reached into the small panda purse strapped across her chest and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Mr. Henry took it and read it. "This is a comprehensive list. I can't promise everything, but I will do my best." He put the list in his coat pocket. Lena looked around for the girls' parents. She spotted their mother and waved. Lowering her voice to a whisper only Mr. Henry could hear, she asked him for the list and handed it to the mother when she joined them. "Santa has to get going," she said to the girls. "Remember, he's on an important mission." "What for?" they asked in unison. Mr. Henry put a finger to his lips and whispered. "A present for Mrs. Santa." "Oh." The twins' eyes gleamed with excitement. "Nicely done," Lena said when they walked off. "I've had a little practice." Mr. Henry strolled through the Christmas market, waving and smiling. "My wife had me do this for groups of kids coming out to the farm this time of year. Mark told me about that." She scanned the stalls, pointing to one that had beautiful handmade silver jewelry on display. "He actually made it for one of the events. A little late in the day, but he was there to help with cleanup." Mr. Henry strolled up to the display and picked up a pair of earrings. "The boy works too hard." "He does, doesn't he?" Lena muttered under her breath while Mr. Henry made his purchase. "Has he always been this absorbed by his work?" she asked when they made their way back to the Santa display. "Pretty much. It's been nice having him home more these past few weeks." Mr. Henry took his seat in the chair and Tyler got his camera ready. Miss Doris was nowhere to be seen yet. Lena got back to work lining up excited youngsters, anxious and sometimes a little scared to meet the big guy in red. As she did her best to keep busy, Lena couldn't help wondering if what she'd had with Mark these past few weeks had been merely a temporary convergence of their paths, rather than the beginning of a shared journey. "Sorry I'm late." Miss Doris's cheeks were red when she rushed back a little while later. "I got held up." Lena smiled, happy for the elderly woman, despite her own feelings of disappointment. "You're fine. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself." "I am." Miss Doris beamed up at her before taking her seat next to Santa. Lena turned and gazed across the busy holiday market. Christmas music was playing and all around, couples and young families were making memories. She swallowed hard and squared her shoulders. There was no point in wondering what the future held for her and Mark. Only time could tell if they had a shot at making it. But if today had taught her anything, it was that there was a side to the man she hadn't considered. Mark loved his work and his job would frequently take him away from Palmar Island and from her. Was that something she could live with? And was the connection they had as strong as she'd made herself believe it was? With aching feet and a longing for nothing but a hot bath, Lena made her way back to the car by the time the sun had set and the first stars were out. Chapter 11. Come in. Derek Hammond, director of space operations at Aerostar, and his boss, waved Mark into his office. It was larger than his own, taking up an entire corner of the building. Wraparound windows overlooked the Ashley River on one side and a stunning view of Charleston on the other. Mark stepped inside and took a seat in front of the large mahogany desk that was empty, aside from a laptop and a file folder. Coffee? Derek asked. You look like you could use it. Mark nodded. We both do. Derek laughed before picking up his phone. Liz, could you bring in 2 coffees? Make them strong ones. Glad I'm not the only one barely able to keep my eyes open. Mark settled into the chair. It's temporary. Once we get all systems in place, the pressure should ease up and we can all get some sleep. Derek pulled his laptop closer and flipped it open. Any idea when that will be? Mark asked. Christmas was a week away, and he hadn't made it back up to Palmar Island since Julianne had grabbed him. His car was still up there, and he'd barely had time to make a couple of phone calls to check in with his parents. And with Lena. Hopefully before Christmas, Derek said. I need to be home for Christmas. Mark looked his boss firmly in the eye. And I'd really like to go get my car this weekend. Let's see what we can do. In the meantime, I need you to look over these files. We meet with the Seattle team in 45 minutes. Mike bit back a groan. Another video conference. Liz walked in, setting down a tray that held 2 tall cups of coffee, along with a pitcher of cream and a bowl of sugar cubes. It was a vast improvement from the watery stuff the rest of the office functioned on, or the instant variety he kept at his place. Thanks, Liz. Mark smiled at the middle-aged secretary who had been here when he first started at the company 5 years ago. You're welcome. I'll let you boys know when the conference room is ready. Liz pulled out her phone. I'm getting lunch from the deli. Any requests? Reuben on rye, sauce on the side, Derek said. Anything with turkey and bacon is good for me. Mark wondered for a moment if he should have chosen a salad. He couldn't remember the last time he had a vegetable other than a pickle. Got it, Liz said. I'll let you get back to it. He and Derek worked until it was time for the video call with the Seattle team. That went well, don't you think? Julianne asked when they stepped out of the conference room. As well as could be expected. Mark followed her outside to a small garden with a set of picnic tables. The sun high in the sky felt nice on his face, despite the chilly temperatures. I might even get a chance to go home this weekend. Julianne laughed. Don't count on it. Besides, isn't your place a mile down the road? Mark nodded. His condo was. But home was Palmar Island. The family farm. His parents and his brothers. And Lena. I think it's warm enough to eat out here, Julianne said. If you're game, I'll go grab our lunch. Why not? Anything was better than heading back to his office. Mark took a deep breath and watched her step back into the building. He pulled out his phone, finding a message from Lena waiting for him. She was keeping busy, working with Miss Doris on organizing the annual bake sale to benefit a local church. And she'd been in a meeting right about now. He sighed and typed up a quick text telling her he hoped to come back Saturday and he'd try to call tonight. Did you get a chance to talk to your sweetheart? Julianne asked when she returned with their food. We keep missing each other. Mark shrugged. I'm sure we'll talk tonight. If we get out of this place before midnight for a change. Julianne popped the lid on her salad and stuck her fork in with gusto. Right. He took a bite of his sandwich, barely tasting it. You miss her, don't you? Julianne looked up and straight into his eyes. Of course I do. Don't you miss spending time with your fiancé? He asked. Julianne shrugged. He's visiting his folks in Ohio. Are you joining him? Mark asked. That's the plan. Julianne took another bite. If we can get done in time. And if we don't? Peter knows how important my work is. He'll understand. And there will be plenty of other Christmases. Mark sat back and turned his face up to the sun. Was she right? Yes, there would be other holidays. Other times to spend with the people he loved. His family would be there. But Lena? Peter sounds like a very understanding man, Mark said. You don't think Lena will be that way? Julianne asked. Honestly, I'm not sure. Mark turned to look at his friend. Everything's so new. It feels fragile. The work we do, it's not like most other jobs, Julianne said. It takes commitment, sacrifice. Especially now with this new project. That's an understatement. Julianne sat her fork down and put a hand on his arm. I've noticed the toll this is taking on you. It's not like the last times we've had to push hard, is it? He shook his head. Is it the scope of Project Celestial Nexus? She asked. I would have thought it was right up your alley. It is. It's not the work or the expedited timetable. What is it then? Julianne asked, returning her attention to her salad. I guess my heart isn't in it this time, Mark said. Julianne laughed. Probably because you left it up on Palmar Island with a certain hazel-eyed beauty with chestnut hair. An image of Lena appeared in his mind, walking through the Palmar Island Christmas market, eyes gleaming with excitement. It morphed into one of her standing next to him, looking at the stars through a telescope. The slideshow continued. He remembered their walks on the beach, their first kiss, and each one that followed. How had he gotten so close to a woman he didn't even know existed a month ago? He'd known about Project Celestial Nexus longer than he'd known Lena Morgan. Maybe you're right, he said, his attention returning to the present moment. Of course I am. Julianne grinned. That's why they pay me the big bucks. That they do. He didn't begrudge her the promotion she'd gotten this past summer. Or the paycheck and company car that came with it. And they'll move you up, Julianne said. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd have the offer before the end of the year. Mark scoffed. If you want it. Julianne closed her salad container and wiped her mouth with a napkin. And if you don't, there's nothing wrong with that, Mark. You're a brilliant scientist, but at the end of the day, what's important is that you are happy. That you live a fulfilled life. You sound like my mother, Mark said. Good. I've met your mother, and she's a wise woman. So think about it before Derek makes the offer. Do you want it? Did he want it? A month ago, it would have been easy to answer the implied question. Today, he wasn't so sure. Maybe there really was more to life than his work, his career, and the mysteries the universe held. Throughout the rest of the day, while poring over huge amounts of data and fielding phone calls and emails from team members both in Charleston and across the country in Seattle, Mark's thoughts kept returning to Palmar Island and the life he could envision for himself and Lena. As he drew up charts and plans, he thought about what made him happy. What brought him fulfillment? Office politics didn't do it. Neither did generating purchase orders or sitting through meeting after meeting. There was a lot he loved about his job. The challenge, the puzzles, the opportunity to be a part of the last great frontier, space. And this system of satellites could make a real difference for everyone on the planet. How could he even contemplate walking away from something like that? Do you want a ride? Julianne asked when they walked out of the office together. Mark looked up at the night sky. The stars were out, and the moon shone brightly above them, but it was nowhere near midnight. He shook his head. Thanks, but I think I'll walk. I have a phone call to make. Good luck. Julianne gave him an encouraging smile, before pressing her key fob. Thanks. I'm afraid I'll need it. Mark waited until he was out of sight of the Aerostar building. You've reached the voicemail of Lena Morgan. Please leave a message after the tone. He ended the call and walked up to the bank. Overlooking the wide Ashley River, he took a few deep breaths, trying to swallow his disappointment in missing her again, when his phone rang. Lena. Mark couldn't have kept the joy of hearing her voice out of his if he'd tried. How are you? I got your message. Sorry I missed your call. Lena's voice was low and slow. We've been playing phone tag like we're in elementary school. Mark's lips twitched. Lena chuckled. We have, haven't we? But we're talking now. That's something. Mark turned his back to the river and continued walking. Tell me about your day. As he strolled, he listened to her telling him about her meeting with Miss Doris and the Reverend. About her art. And about meeting his mother for coffee. I'm glad you're staying busy, he said. Not nearly as busy as you. Lena made a soft sound, inhaling her breath. We've both been burning the midnight oil, haven't we? He pictured her in her room, snuggled up in bed, eyes drifting shut. You're tired. We both are. Lena yawned more loudly. Any news about Saturday? Nothing certain, but I have high hopes. Mark bit back his own yawn. I told Derek I needed to come back to pick up my car. How can he say no to that? Lena perked up. Mark laughed. I don't know. I'm starting to think he likes me camping out in my office. You're not sleeping there, are you? No. I'm on my way to my place now, Mark assured her. Good. Call me before you leave in the morning, Lena said. I will, he said. Good night, Lena. Good night. Mark wasn't far from his place when he slowed down to take a seat on a bench. He rarely gave the park more than a passing glance, but tonight he wasn't ready to walk into the empty place he used to call home. Before he knew better, he leaned back and stared up at the sky. More and more pinpricks of light appeared as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. He could name most of them. Tonight, it wasn't the science that drew him to look up and out into space. Instead, he felt drawn to the vastness of the universe and the miracle that he found her. One woman among billions who filled a place in his heart he hadn't realized was empty. No science and no math in the world could convince him that was a coincidence. There was a purpose behind it. There had to be. Otherwise, what was the point of finding Lena, of running into her and falling for her, only to lose her again? Chapter 12. Any word from Mark? Miss Doris asked. Lena finished setting up the last of the folding tables that would soon be laden with baked goods. Nothing yet. He had to go in this morning, but he said he'd try to come. Isn't his car parked at the Winters farm? Miss Betty asked. The woman was about Miss Doris's age and married to the good Reverend's brother. It is. He's getting a ride from a friend. Lena hoped that friend wasn't Dr. Julianne Hart. She pulled her jacket tighter around herself and tucked her wool scarf in. Don't worry, it'll warm up soon enough. Miss Doris handed her a steaming cup of coffee. I'm sure it will. December in the South was a strange affair. You could go from seeing frost on the roofs in the morning to a balmy afternoon that felt more like spring than Christmas time. A few of the tourists from up north were even crazy enough to brave the water of the Atlantic Ocean for a quick swim. Well, it looks like you have everything well in hand here, Miss Doris said. If you don't mind, I'll go check on the children's choir. They're supposed to sing around the big Christmas tree this morning to open the market. I don't mind one bit. To her surprise, Lena was enjoying taking charge of the group of elderly women who ran and contributed to the annual bake sale. Being here, and making sure everything was going off without a hitch, gave her something she had never had in Savannah. A feeling of belonging and a place in the community. Good. Miss Doris smiled at her, the steel gray eyes Lena had come to know so well, sparkling. I'm glad the wind blew you here. You're making quite the impact on the island. A positive one, I hope, Lena said. Of course, my dear. Keep up the good work and you might just step into my shoes one day. That's high praise, Miss Betty said as they watched Miss Doris stride off. And I couldn't agree more. Lena blinked to keep the tears at bay. Thank you. You're welcome. What's next? Miss Betty asked. Let's spread out those tablecloths and get the baked goods arranged. Miss Agnes, would you mind hanging up the poster boards I made? When Miss Doris returned with the Reverend in tow, the bake stand was open for business. And not a minute to spare, Miss Doris said, nodding approvingly. Good work, everyone. Let's sell some cookies so the church can afford to put in a new heating system, Miss Agnes said. I don't know about you, but I'd rather celebrate Sunday service without taking a chill. By the time Mark strolled up to the bake sale well past lunch, most of the cookies and cakes were sold and the Reverend's forehead began to smooth out. I told you we'd sell out, Miss Doris said, taking the arm of the man of God. And if this doesn't cover the bill, I have a few other tricks up my sleeve. I have no doubt about that, Miss Doris, the Reverend said. Neither do I. And if there's anything I can do, Mark came to a stop in front of the two of them. I might take you up on that, young man. Mayor Lamont has been singing your praises. Any awe-inspiring celestial events coming up this spring? Miss Doris asked. I'll take a look and see what I can come up with. Mark smiled. Wonderful. I'm sure if you and Lena put your heads together, you'll come up with something. Miss Doris blinked. Or maybe it was a wink? Lena couldn't be sure. I'm certain we can. Mark turned to look at her. The moment his eyes met hers, Lena felt butterflies in her stomach. It had been a week since they'd seen each other. How did it feel like those 7 days had been an eternity and merely a few heartbeats at the same time? Why don't you take a break, Lena? Miss Betty asked. You've been here all morning and haven't even had a chance to walk the market yet. Lena looked around. The women around her all nodded encouragingly. Don't mind if I do. Mark held out his arm for her, a warm smile lighting up his handsome face. He looked more tired than he had a week ago, but his eyes were shining with joy. I'll be back in a bit, Lena said, walking off with Mark at her side. There's no rush. We're almost sold out as it is, Miss Doris called after them. Does that mean I get you to myself all afternoon? Mark asked. I wish. Lena sighed. I still need to check on the performers for this afternoon, and I promised to run the craft table for the kids later. Sounds like you're busier than ever, Mark said, lengthening his stride to keep up with her. Just thinking about everything still on her plate for the day made Lena walk faster. At least Scott is back. I'm not sure I could handle all this and deal with Santa pictures. I have no doubt you'd figure it out. His proud smile warmed her heart. I'm sorry I can't spend all day with you. We've seen so little of each other. Mark put an arm around her shoulder and pulled Lena close. Don't worry about it. I'll be around and I'm sure I'll find something to do. Besides, I should probably head out to the farm and see my folks. I think I've seen your mother around her somewhere and your brother is helping Olivia with her stand, Lena said. Ethan and his wife had been a fixture of this year's Christmas market. Even better, I can catch a ride and get my car. Mark stopped at a stall that sold poinsettias and bundles of mistletoe. You're welcome to borrow mine, Lena said, watching him purchase a small bundle. I'll be fine, Mark said. Besides, you'll need it to get home tonight. He pulled her off to the side, into a spot hidden from view by the sides of several canvas tents. What are you doing? Lena asked, her breath coming faster. Asking you out to dinner. Tonight at 7, at the brick oven? Mark asked. Let's make it 8, to be safe. Lena stepped closer. The warmth radiated off his broad chest as his fingers skimmed over her hair. Mark pulled her close and held the mistletoe over their heads. 8 it is, he said before dipping his head and capturing her lips with his. What can I get you two lovebirds? Gabriella asked when she approached their table. Lena felt the heat rising in her cheeks. Some ice water? Mark leaned back and laughed. We'll have 2 ice waters and a bottle of table wine. Give us a couple of minutes to decide on a pizza. And an order of breadsticks, Lena said. You've got it. Gabriella put her notepad into the pocket of her apron. Great job at the Christmas market today. My little Gino had a blast making those ornaments. I think you've been making quite the impression on the island, Mark said, reaching across the small corner table in the back of the restaurant, taking her hands in his. Lena relished in the feeling of his strong, warm fingers wrapped around hers. It's nothing compared to the work you've been doing getting those satellites up in the stratosphere. Thermosphere, Mark said. I stand corrected. That's why you're the astrophysicist and I'm. Lena wasn't sure what she was. Musician wrangler, child entertainer, bake sale organizer. You're an artist who helps us see the beauty around us. Mark's smile brightened. When I think of those images you painted of outer space, I marvel. You helped me remember why I first fell in love with the stars in the night sky. I still have a couple. Lena hadn't been able to bring herself to put her favorites into the exhibit. You do? Mark's eyes were wide. Lena smiled. I do. Have I seen them? He asked. Lena shook her head. I'd love to take a look. Maybe later. Lena pulled her hand back when Gabriella arrived with their water and wine. We haven't decided on our pizza. Can you put every vegetable you have on a pie? Mark asked, looking at her for approval. It warmed her heart that he remembered what she liked. And top it with a bit of bacon. Coming right up. Gabriella put down a basket of breadsticks and a small dish of marinara sauce. The bread was fresh from the oven, the scent making Lena's stomach growl. Go ahead, Mark said. You look like you need this more than I do. He poured them each a glass of wine while she devoured the first breadstick. You should have some of these while they are still warm. Lena pushed the basket his way. Or I'll have all of them. I'd hate for you to spoil your appetite before the pizza gets here. Mark smirked and picked one up, dipping it into marinara sauce, before taking a bite. You have a little something on your lip. Lena's gaze was drawn to it like a strong magnet to iron. Mark licked his lips, stoking the fire inside her. Did I get it? Lena shook her head. She picked up her napkin and leaned forward, dabbing the cloth on his mouth. They each reached for the glasses of ice water and Lena took a long drink. Lena felt like a teenager sneaking under the bleachers. She was on the verge of giggling when Gabriella brought their pizza. Saved by the bell, she said. We could take this to go, Mark said. And go where? Lena lowered her voice and looked around. I'm boarding with Miss Doris and you're spending the night at your parents'. Right. Mark switched from water to wine. But I will kiss you goodnight when I drop you off. Thoroughly. Lena felt her cheeks warming, and it had nothing to do with the wine she'd barely touched. Mark held his hand out for her plate, putting 2 slices of pizza on it before serving himself. What can you tell me about this fancy project of yours? Lena asked before taking her first bite. Or is it all top secret? To be honest, I'd rather not talk about it. I can show you some pictures, though. Mark pulled out his phone and scrolled around. I can't wait to see it through your painter's eyes. Lena took it and looked at the shiny object. It's something else, isn't it? She itched to sketch the satellite. It is. There was little conviction in Mark's voice. Hard to believe this will be floating up above us in the thermosphere. Mark's lip twitched. This is a small prototype. It won't get sent up. But something like it will. Lena took a bite of her pizza. She couldn't remember the last time she'd tasted anything this delicious. Aside from Miss Doris's baked goods, of course. That's true. And it will look like this. Mark took his phone back. An idea formed, the creative spark lighting Lena up like little else ever did. She had no doubt she'd be up late painting tonight. This is nice, isn't it? Mark asked 3 slices in. Lena sat back and took in her surroundings. The soft light of the candles graced each table, combined with overhead lighting that wasn't too bright. Soft piano music wafted through the room along with the scents of roasted garlic and pizza dough baking in a wood-fired oven. It is, she said. Very different from the hustle and bustle earlier in the day. And the week. Mark leaned back and took a sip of wine. Can I ask you something? Of course. Lena suppressed a yawn. Where do you see yourself 6 months or a year from now? He asked, his deep hazel eyes staring at her intently. The colors in the irises of his eyes shifted like a kaleidoscope, looking more golden brown than usual. Maybe it was the light. He was sitting still, shoulders relaxed, waiting for an answer from her. Lena wasn't sure what to say. Thoughts raced through her mind. She wanted to travel. Explore the world and find new inspiration to paint on a regular basis. She wanted to put down roots and make a home in a place like this. If she was honest with herself, she wanted it all, and she wanted it with the man sitting across from her by her side. But how do you put that into words? How did you tell someone you'd only known for a few short weeks that you think you're meant to be together? I'm not sure, was what she finally said. His face fell. Only for a single heartbeat, but she saw it. It's a big question. Mark nodded. Let me make it an easier one, then. Do you see yourself staying on Palmar Island long term? Lena hesitated. She loved this place and could see herself making the island and its community her home base. Would she feel the same way though, if they parted ways? If the demands of Mark's career made it impossible for them to explore the tender relationship they were building? It's fine if you don't. I know that wasn't your plan when you first came to town, Mark said, turning to look out across the dining room. I was hoping that would have changed. Lena reached across the table and put her hand on his. His disappointment and pain were palpable. It has changed. But are you going to be here? She asked. Mark opened his mouth and closed it. Or will you be spending most of your time in Charleston, lost in your work? It's a valid question. Mark lowered his head. And one I'm not sure how to answer. Life-work balance isn't exactly my strong suit. I noticed. Where does that leave us? Mark asked, his dark pupils larger than they had been a moment ago. I don't know. Chapter 13. Are you sure you have to leave? Maggie Winter asked, before handing him a cup of coffee. You just got here. I don't have a choice, Mom. I'm sorry. Mark rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and dug around for his car keys. The drive back to Charleston took longer than expected. It was well past 9 in the morning when he walked into the office. Mr. Hammond is waiting for you. I'll let him know you're here, Liz said, motioning for Mark to follow her. I'll put my bag down and I'll be right behind you. Mark opened the door and sat down the small overnight bag he'd packed for what ended up as a one-night stay on Palmar Island. He ran his fingers through his hair and scrubbed his face, wishing he had time for another coffee before facing his boss. There he is. Derek stared at him like he was some sort of apparition. It's Sunday. Sunday morning. Mark glanced at his watch. Most folks I know are in church right about now. Most folks don't work on a $1 trillion project with the potential to save the planet. Derek stood up, and his voice rose. I need your full commitment to this project. You have it, Mark said automatically. Good. Project Celestial Nexus is moving forward at full speed, and I want you to lead it. Mark was too shocked to think of anything to say. All he could think about was his conversation with Lena last night and how they left things up in the air. I don't have to tell you what an amazing opportunity this is for you. It's a huge move up the ladder. Derek perched on the corner of his desk and motioned for Mark to take a seat. He dropped into the offered chair, his mind reeling. It is. It's everything I've ever wanted. Good. I'm glad you think so. Derek pushed himself off and walked behind the desk. Of course, your new role will come with additional responsibilities. There will be more travel. I'd like you to head out to Seattle as soon as possible. Preferably before the end of the year. Liz can help you with the arrangements. Mark nodded. I wouldn't be surprised if we have you traveling back and forth quite a bit. That won't be a problem, will it? Derek studied him carefully. I'd prefer to stay here. I'm sure we can handle most meetings via video conference. Mark sat up and squared his shoulders. That won't work, Mark. If you take this on, I need you to lead both teams. The one here and the one in Seattle. I need your full commitment to be wherever we need you. Can I have some time to think about it? Mark asked. Derek nodded. I need your decision this afternoon. Like I said, we're moving quickly. It's why we're all back here on a Sunday. Mark walked to his office, feeling dazed. He shut the door behind him and walked to the window. Staring out, he saw two paths. One would give him everything he ever wanted to accomplish as an astrophysicist. The other led to a petite woman with long chestnut hair and the most beautiful hazel eyes he'd ever seen. You've reached Lena Mason. Please leave a message after the tone. Mark sighed. Lena, it's me. Call me when you get a chance. It was the third time he'd called in between meetings and mountains of files Derek kept sending over, like he'd already accepted the promotion. Knock, knock. Julianne stood in the doorway. Am I interrupting? Come on in. Mark looked at his friend. You're not. Voicemail. Trying to tell Lena the good news? Julianne asked. Something like that. Mark bit back a sigh. Talk to me. You don't look like someone who's been offered the promotion he's been wanting for years. She took a seat in front of his desk. Mark shrugged. I didn't imagine it would involve so much travel to Seattle. Julianne nodded. I imagine you'll be spending more time out there than here. At least for a while. That's what I'm worried about. 2 months ago, it wouldn't have been an issue, would it? She probed gently. You're worried she won't wait around for you? Mark nodded. Everything was so new. So fragile. Could their budding relationship survive spending so much time apart? Was she even planning on staying in South Carolina or continuing her travels? Keep trying. It's a conversation the two of you should have before you decide what you want to do. Julianne rose and left, shutting the door firmly behind herself. Mark tried to distract himself with work, sorting through the files, memoirs, and emails Derek kept sending his way. Every few minutes, his eyes went to his phone, willing it to ring. Each time, his heart sank a little further. It never rang. Miss Doris, he asked when the elderly woman answered the phone a few hours later. It's Mark Winter. Do you have a minute to talk? Of course. What's on your mind, young man? It's about Lena, Mark said. Has she spoken to you about her plans? How long she's planning on staying with you? Miss Doris cleared her throat. I don't think that's something you and I should discuss. I take my tenants' privacy seriously. Of course. Mark leaned back in his chair and shut his eyes. I understand. She seems happy here, Miss Doris said. I can tell you that much. That's good. And I think a lot of that has to do with you, Mark. Mark scoffed. Please don't take this the wrong way, Miss Doris said. But shouldn't you be talking to Lena instead of me? Mark bit out a bark. It sounded dark even to his own ears. It's not like I haven't been trying. I've been calling her all day. Without any luck. It's probably because she's been on the road. I'm sure she'll call you back any time, Miss Doris said. On the road? Mark felt his heart drop into his shoes. The road to where? His mind was racing. Lena hadn't mentioned any trips or anyone she might go to see this close to Christmas. She had to go back to Savannah, Miss Doris said. That's all I know. Thank you. Mark ended the call and paced the room. He took the 6 steps from the door to the window and back more times than he could count, mind whirling with worry, wondering what could have sent her back to Savannah, Georgia, the last place she had called home. I don't remember the last time I've felt so lost, Mark said into the empty room. A knock on the door pulled him out of his thoughts. Everything okay? Derek asked. I didn't think the decision would be a hard one. I'm fine. I'm trying to reach someone. The reason we've been seeing less of you around here these past few weeks, his boss asked. Mark nodded. And you can't reach her to tell her the good news? Derek nodded. I'm sorry. I need to talk to her before I can give you my decision. Where is she? Derek asked. I think she's in Savannah. Mark turned and stared out of the window. You think? Mark shrugged. It's complicated. No. And your head won't be on the science until after you talk to her. It wasn't a question. Mark nodded. Fine. Go after her, Derek said, opening the door and stepping out into the hallway. He turned around and looked straight at him. But Mark, that's the last concession I'll be able to make. Mark nodded and grabbed his phone and keys. Chapter 14. Mark, Lena said. I'm sorry I missed your calls. Where are you? His words came out fast with a sense of urgency that surprised her. In Savannah. Lena looked around the small apartment in the historic district of Savannah. It was on the ground floor with little light streaming in through the street-level windows. I know that. Where in Savannah? I'm almost there, Mark said. You are? Lena stepped out of the front door and walked the steps to the sidewalk. I am. He paused. Can we talk? Of course. How close are you? Lena looked up and down the street. 5 miles to downtown. Meet me at Clary's Cafe in half an hour. I'll text you the address. Lena ended the call and stepped back into the place that used to be home. Are you sure you want to make this permanent? Mia asked. Lena nodded and signed the transfer of the lease. I'm sure. I need to run out for a bit. Do you mind? Mia shook her head. Not at all. I have to get out of here myself. Here's the key. Have fun and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Lena laughed. I don't think that's humanly possible. She hugged her friend and watched Mia leave the place Lena had called home for 4 years. She turned around slowly, looking at the bags and boxes stacked up in a corner of the living room. Sighing, Lena grabbed her purse and locked up behind her. She squared her shoulders and set off toward the small diner that served the best French toast in all of Savannah. It was a short walk, the streets and houses comfortably familiar. She was seated at her favorite table in the back, her hands wrapped around a hot cup of coffee, when Mark walked in. Lena raised her arm and waved. Hey. He walked up to the table and pulled out a chair. Hey, stranger. Lena smiled up at the man who had become so important to her these past few weeks. What brings you to my town? Mark sat down and picked up the menu without looking at it. His eyes were glued to hers. You. Lena wasn't sure what to make of his comment. You wanted to talk? Mark cleared his throat. I do. What about? She asked when he grew quiet. Us, he said. You and me. Where we stand, that kind of thing. Lena took a sip of her coffee. That sounds serious. Maybe we should order first? He nodded. What's good here? I'm partial to their French toast, Lena said, ignoring the menu in front of her. But they also make a mean breakfast platter, and you can't go wrong with the hash. A server walked up to their table. Coffee? She asked, looking at Mark. He moved the empty cup that was sitting on the table, along with a pair of silverware. Could I also get some ice water, please? Sure, hon, ready to order? The young woman with short rainbow-colored hair pulled a notepad from her apron pocket. Mark motioned for her to start. I'll take the stuffed French toast with a side of bacon, please. Lena handed the woman the unopened menu. And I'll try the corned beef hash eggs Benedict. Mark closed his menu and leaned back. Any sides with that? Their server asked. Mark shook his head. That should do it. I'll have that right out to you, along with your ice water. The server took the menus and walked off. Ready to talk? Mark asked when she was out of earshot. Sure. Why don't you start by telling me why you followed me to Savannah? Lena tried to keep her expression neutral, but her heart was fluttering like the wings of a baby bird. How did you know I was down here? Miss Doris. Mark poured sugar and creamer into his coffee. I tried to call you. When I couldn't get a hold of you, I reached out to her. To see if she knew where I was? Lena asked. Mark coughed. Something like that. Lena waited, taking a sip of the coffee that had grown lukewarm. I called her to ask if she knew what your plans were. For the foreseeable future. Why? Lena asked. I was offered a job as lead on the Nexus project this morning. Mark started into this cup. Congratulations? Lena wasn't sure what to say. Somehow, she didn't get the feeling he was happy about it. His slumped shoulders and the fact that he was avoiding eye contact all of a sudden weren't a good sign. It's everything I thought I'd ever want, Mark said. As an astrophysicist. A chance to make a real difference. To build something with lasting impact. But it would mean long hours and quite a bit of travel. He raised his head and finally looked at her again. His eyes were darker than usual and his shoulders crept up to his ears. That doesn't sound like a bad thing. Lena resisted the urge to reach across the table and grab his hand. It's not. At least it wouldn't have been a few weeks ago, Mark said. Then I met you and everything changed. Lena's heart leaped. It took every ounce of strength to keep her composure. And to keep her silly heart from running away with her at his words. How? I love spending time with you. I love being back on Palmar Island, watching you do your work, your art. Watching you become part of the community. He put a spoon in his cup and stirred. Heat rose in Lena's cheeks, and it had little to do with the lukewarm coffee or the caffeine in it. She almost let out a sigh of relief when their server came back with 2 glasses and a pitcher of ice water. Your food should be ready in a few minutes. Is there anything else you need in the meantime? The woman asked. Lena shook her head. No, thank you. We're good. This is a nice little place. Mark's head turned as he took in the room. It was my favorite when I lived down here. Lived? He asked, returning his attention and the full gaze of his beautiful hazel eyes on her. Today they were leaning towards an amber color that almost looked golden. Flecks of green ran through his irises. I lived here until I left for Palmar Island. I still have an apartment that I'm subletting to a friend from school, Lena said. She took a sip of the cool water. It helped her feel more settled and slightly less nervous. I came down here to transfer the lease into her name. Oh. Mark blinked. I love it on Palmar Island. The community, the landscape, everything about it. Lena took a deep breath. And especially you. Mark's eyes widened. He reached for her hand across the table and smiled so wide, you'd think she told him he'd won the lottery or something. I feel the same way about you. Which is why I wanted to talk to you before I took this job. Lena turned her head and examined him carefully. Why? Everything is so new. So fragile, Mark said, drawing distracting circles with his thumb inside the palm of her hand. I don't want to risk it by taking a job that takes me away for much of the time. Away where? Lena asked. Charleston? Mark shook his head. Charleston I could deal with. I'd be spending at least half my time in Seattle if I accept it. What's the alternative? Lena asked. I quit and come stay on the island, Mark said. Permanently. What would you do there? You're an astrophysicist. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure there isn't an opening in your field on the island right now. Mark bit out a laugh. Or ever. Unless you count organizing stargazing events for the mayor. Not the worst of jobs, Lena said, her lips twitching up into a smile and some of the tension melted away. I agree, Mark said. But I hear the pay is lousy. Lena laughed. I don't know about that. In my experience, the mayor can be quite generous. I'm not sure she could sustain that level of generosity for long, though. Mark's tone grew more serious. I could look into teaching positions at the high school. Or maybe write a book or 2. It's working for Neil deGrasse Tyson. Lena grinned. I'm pretty sure that man is one of a kind. And from what I can tell, he travels more than you ever would with that new job of yours. You're probably right. Mark let go of her hand. Where does that leave us? How long does this project of yours last? Lena asked, missing the way it felt to have his fingers wrapped around hers. Years. Mark sighed. Years of going back and forth between Charleston and Seattle. I'm sure things will calm down after a while, but until we get this project off the ground, it will mean long hours. I won't have much time to come up to Palmar Island. Right on cue, their food arrived. The stuffed French toast smelled sweet and delicious. Exactly what she needed. Lena took her plate and smiled at their server. This looks great. Thank you. She cut off a small bite and bit back a groan when the fluffy toast coated in cream cheese, strawberry jam, and enough powdered sugar to make a beignet proud hit her taste buds. This is good. Mark washed his first bite down with a sip of ice water. Clary's never disappoints. I've been coming here for years, Lena said. I wonder if Mary could offer something like this at the diner. I'd be there at least twice a week. Mark dug in with gusto. Don't let Mary hear that, Lena said. And it'll be hard to have breakfast there if you're not on the island. True. He put down his fork. Which brings us back to the problem at hand. How do we make this work if I'm not around? Easy. Lena popped another bite of French toast into her mouth, enjoying the confused look on his face. She took her time eating it. I'm an artist, a freelancer. And I made some decent money with the exhibit. I don't have a lease or a mortgage. Yes? The look of confusion on Mark's face increased. What I'm trying to say is that I'm not bound to a place, Lena said. Which is what I wanted when I left Savannah in the first place. I went out looking for that creative spark. And you found it on Palmar Island. Mark nodded his head slowly. I did, but I think it has more to do with you than the place, Lena said. Don't get me wrong, it's lovely, and one day, it would make a great home. Or home base, Mark said. In the meantime, I can travel with you. Charleston is lovely, and I've always wanted to check out the Pacific Northwest. Are you sure? Mark asked. Lena nodded. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. She reached across the table and put her hand on top of his. We move back and forth, coming back to Palmar Island when we can. For a few years, he said, nodding his head. It'll be a fun adventure. And who knows what opportunities will present themselves along the way. Lena felt good about this. For the first time since deciding to leave Savannah, she felt like she belonged somewhere. With someone. I like that, Mark said. I like it a lot. A fun adventure. Lena smiled. It's going to be a challenge. I'll be working long hours and I don't deal well with a lack of sleep, he said. Then I'll make it my job to make sure you get your beauty rest. Lena squeezed his hand. I don't expect it to be easy. Nothing worth having is easy to attain. If there's one thing I learned as an artist, it's that. You're sure about giving this a try? Mark asked. Lena shook her head. I'm not trying. I'm in this for keeps. Mark swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. In that case, it's only fair that I tell you what's on my mind and in my heart. Okay. Her own heart beat up in her throat. I love you, he said. I love you, Lena. And I love you. She hadn't been more sure of anything else. Then I guess the only thing we need to figure out is where to start. Lena laughed, joy bubbling out of her heart. That's easy. We start by celebrating Christmas together. At home on Palmar Island. Chapter 15. There you are. I was starting to wonder if you'd miss Christmas Eve dinner. Maggie Winter looked up at him when Mark walked into the warm kitchen. It had always been the heart of his family home, but never more so than during the holidays. Merry Christmas, Mom. He walked up and hugged the woman who had given him life and raised him into the man he was today. Merry Christmas. She reached up and cupped his cheek. You look tired. Mark laughed. I pulled an all-nighter to make sure I could make it up here today. Maggie put a hand on her hip and slung her dish towel across her shoulder. I have half a mind to give that boss of yours a piece of mine. That's my job, a familiar voice called from the living room. He has no right to make you work on Christmas. His mother shook her head. He's not. I'm here. Mark put a hand on his mother's shoulder before turning to walk into the living room. Lena sat on the couch, next to Olivia. They were both busy stringing up popcorn and cranberries. He walked over and bent down for a quick kiss. Hey. Hey. About time you made it. Lena beamed up at him. And Merry Christmas. Go take a shower and get dressed. I sat out your suit, his mother called from the kitchen. We don't want to be late for church. Olivia laughed, and Lena's eyes sparkled. You both look nice, he said to the women sitting on the couch, popcorn scattered across their woolen skirts. Thank you. Lena put another cranberry on the string. I think you better listen to your mother. She sounds serious. Oh, she is. Olivia rose and took her popcorn garland to the Christmas tree standing next to the fireplace. Ethan's fiancée turned to Lena. Wait until you see the feast after the service. I hope you haven't eaten. Not since breakfast, Lena said, popping a piece of popcorn into her mouth. Where's Ethan? Mark asked. And the rest of the guys? Ethan and your dad are in the cow barn. Daniel is taking care of the goats, and James hasn't made it home yet. Olivia tugged on the popcorn garland until it was perfectly draped across the branches of the Douglas fir. Mark, shower, his mother called. Now. Yes, ma'am. Mark took a seat on the couch next to Lena. I'm glad you're here. So am I. Lena brushed her fingers across his right eyebrow. Your mother is right. You look tired. I'll sleep in tomorrow morning, Mark said. Olivia laughed before excusing herself and walking into the kitchen. I'm glad you're here, Mark said, running his fingers through her hair, the silky strands flowing through his fingers. So am I. Lena leaned in and rested her head on his shoulder. You should probably listen to your mother, though. Mark kissed the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her vanilla and sandalwood shampoo. I will. In a minute. He pulled her closer. I'm glad you're here. Lena snuggled in, molding herself perfectly to his body. So am I. It's been a crazy week, hasn't it? He'd counted the minutes and raced from Charleston to the island. It has. Lena turned and raised her head. We better get used to it. I doubt it will change anytime soon. Mark kissed her. At least we'll have our first Christmas together. Not if you don't get dressed. His mother stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room, hand on her hip, brandishing her dishcloth like a weapon. I'm going. I'm going. Mark jumped to his feet and took the stairs 2 at a time, humming Here Comes Santa Claus under his breath. He returned 20 minutes later, freshly showered, hair still damp, and wearing the pants and sport coat he'd brought with him from Charleston instead of the old suit his mother had chosen. That's better. I'm sure Lena agrees. His mother looked at him approvingly. I do. She reached up and stroked his cheek. You shaved. Of course he shaved. I raised him right. His mother turned to Olivia. Would you go check on the rest of the boys? We need to leave in 30 minutes. And I'm not taking them if they smell like the inside of the barn. Will do. Olivia walked out the back door. Why don't you put on some Christmas music and keep Lena entertained until everyone else is ready? His mother asked. It'll be my pleasure. Mark held out his hand and Lena took it. He walked her to the old turntable his parents kept next to the fireplace. A low fire was roaring, adding to the warmth and coziness of the room. I don't think I've ever heard a record in person. Lena's fingers skimmed the box of albums next to it. Then you're in for a treat. He crouched down beside her and flipped through the records, pulling out Bing Crosby vinyl that had been part of his family's Christmas for as long as he could remember. The music played, and he rose, holding his hand out. Lena took it and they swayed to the sound of "I'll Be Home for Christmas." When he looked up, he saw his parents standing in the doorway to the kitchen, looking at them with so much hope and love in their eyes, it made his heart ache. Mark cleared his throat. "Why don't Lena and I head to the church?" "That's a good idea. Save us seats." "I'm sure your brothers will make us late," his mother said. Again. "And James won't make it in time for the service at all." She sked and ushered her husband upstairs to get ready. "Let me grab my coat and I'll be ready." Lena dashed off into the hall. Mark took a deep breath and turned off the turntable. He banked the fire, hoping the coals would make it easy to relight after the Christmas service. He walked out to his car with Lena on his arm. Holding open the passenger door, he helped her inside, firmly shutting the door behind her. "I hope my family wasn't too much," he said when they were both buckled in. He turned the key and pulled out of the long family drive. "Sorry I wasn't able to make it back sooner." "I'm glad you're here now." Lena reached over and grabbed his hand. "And I like your family. From what I can tell, they like you, too." Mark smiled, enjoying the feeling of warmth spreading through his body, despite the cool temperatures inside his car. Lena squeezed his fingers. "This is nice." "What's nice?" "Driving in the dark in a cold car?" Mark fiddled with the temperature settings, turning up the heat. Lena shook her head. "Having people to spend the holidays with. Feeling like I'm somewhere I belong for the first time in a long time." "It's nice, isn't it?" Mark asked. "Us spending our first Christmas together." "It is." Lena let go of his hand and turned to look out the window. "Would you mind if we stopped at my place?" "It won't take long." "Did you forget something?" he asked. "Not really. There's something I want to give you that didn't fit into my mini." Lena turned back to face him, her lips twitching up into a soft smile. "It's practically on the way. I don't mind making a stop." Mark stepped on the gas, going slightly faster than the speed limit on the empty street. "I'll be quick, I promise." Lena dug her keys from her purse. "This will only take a minute." She was out of his car before he turned off the engine. Mark followed her into the empty house. The porch light was on, but everything inside was dark. "Meet me in the living room," Lena called from somewhere down the hall. He did as asked, flipping the switch to illuminate the room. Lena walked in a moment later, carrying a large, square item wrapped in holiday paper. It was thin, about 2 feet tall, and almost as wide. She expertly maneuvered it into the room and put it down in front of her. "What's this?" he asked. She grinned. "You better open it up and find out." He stepped forward and tore into the red and green wrapping paper, pulling it off in large chunks. "Any guesses, yet?" Lena's hazel eyes watched him carefully. "A painting?" She laughed, the sound filling the room. "I thought that was obvious from the shape of it." He shrugged and tore more of the paper away. It was an oil painting, the thick paste spread out in several layers. And he had no idea what the dark colors depicted until his eye caught something familiar. His heart beat faster and he used both of his hands to get the wrapping paper out of the way. "You didn't." "I did." A slow smile spread across her face. Lena was still holding on to the large canvas. He stepped back as far as the space allowed, taking it all in. "It's the satellite." He stared at the image of the prototype floating in outer space. "And there are Jupiter and Saturn, if I'm not mistaken." Lena nodded. "The Christmas star that brought us together." "I thought what brought us together was that fender bender," Mark teased. Lena ignored him. "Notice anything else?" "You added the Geminid meteor shower," he said, stepping closer. "Though I'm not aware of a time when it will coincide with the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn." Lena shrugged. "Let's call it artistic license." "Let's." Mark stepped even closer and raised her chin. "Thank you. It's a beautiful gift." "You're welcome," she breathed before he captured her lips with his. "We should go." Mark pulled away reluctantly. He picked up the painting. You can leave that here, Lena said. I can stick it back in my room. Mark shook his head. I'm not letting this leave my side until I find a place to hang it. He picked it up and carried it down the hall and out the door. Lena rushed past him on the path to the sidewalk, opening the back of his SUV. Thankfully, there was plenty of room to store the artwork securely. There's something I'd like to ask you, Mark said as they walked hand in hand to the church, past rows of cars parked in the vicinity of the old brick building. That sounds serious. Lena glanced up at him as they continued to walk toward the wide double doors. It is. Mark stopped and turned to face her. I have a trip to Seattle coming up right after the holidays, and I'd like you to come with me. You do? Lena sounded surprised. Mark nodded. It's only for 3 days. We'd be staying at a hotel close to work. Separate rooms, of course. How soon after Christmas? Lena asked. We'd fly out on the 27th, Mark said. And I promise we'll be back to celebrate New Year's here on the island. I wouldn't mind getting away for a few days. Lena beamed up at him. And I've always wanted to see the Pacific Northwest. I don't know how much we'll get to see, but it will give us a chance to explore Seattle and see how we do traveling together. I have a feeling we'll do just fine. Lena resumed their walk, and he fell into step beside her. Don't get me wrong, it'll be a challenge, but I'd like to see if we can make this work. It's a 3-day trip and my assistant will take care of all the arrangements, he said. All you need to do is pack a bag. Lena laughed. That's not what I'm talking about, and you know it. What are you most worried about? Mark asked, taking her hand back into his. Travel back and forth, Lena said. And maybe figuring out a rhythm with you working. It's going to be a challenge. It will be. Mark had no illusions that it would be seamless and easy. But together, we can face anything. Lena squeezed his hand. Yes. Together. They walked into the church side by side. Soft organ music played, drowning out the soft hum of conversations all around them. Mark looked around. The place was filling up quickly. Over there? Lena pointed to a row of seats that was empty aside from an older gentleman sitting on one end. That should work. Mark walked over. Are these seats taken? The older man shook his head. Just me tonight. Would you mind if my family and I joined you? Mark asked. It would be my pleasure. The man smiled, revealing several missing teeth, before returning his attention to the altar space in front of them. Candles flickered, and the music added to the festive atmosphere as he and Lena took 2 seats in the middle of the row. He spread his winter jacket across 2 of the seats beside them and watched Lena do the same before setting down her purse on the 3rd chair. It wasn't long before his family joined them. His parents were the first to arrive, followed shortly by Ethan and Olivia, with Daniel in tow. James called, his youngest brother whispered as he sat down. He should make it in time for the service. Mark counted chairs. There's room. In the dim light of the church, Mark reached over to take Lena's hand back into his, relishing in the physical connection. He took a deep breath of the myrrh-scented air and settled in for the service. He had much to be grateful for on this special night. For the first time in a long time, he felt complete and whole, surrounded by loved ones. Sorry, I'm late. Mark turned to see his older brother join them, taking the seat next to their father. James looked tired, even in the low light of the church. Their mother reached over and touched his brother's cheek, smoothing lines around James's eyes Mark hadn't noticed the last time he'd seen the man. We're glad you're here now. Mark nodded, seeing Ethan and Daniel do the same. It had been too long since all 4 of them were together under one roof. As the service started, the deep voice of the Reverend spreading the message of hope and new beginnings, Mark squeezed Lena's hand. A vision of the 2 of them standing in front of the man of God, her dressed all in white, popped into his head. Mark smiled, embracing the message of hope on this most special and holy of nights. Epilogue. New Year's Eve on Palmar Island. Lena, can you help me with something in the kitchen? Miss Doris asked, sticking her head into the living room of the winter farmhouse. Of course. Lena turned and pressed a quick kiss on Mark's cheek before walking to join her landlord and his mother in the well-lit space that was the heart of the farm. Something smells amazing. That's probably the sausage balls. They are cooling over there. Maggie, Mark's mother, pointed to a baking tray sitting on a folded towel on one side of the large kitchen counter. What can I do to help? Lena asked, putting on the apron Miss Doris handed her. How are you at putting together one of those charcuterie boards? Miss Maggie asked. I think I can handle that. Lena smiled and looked across the assortment of cheeses, cured meats, and crackers scattered across the large kitchen table. Great. My wooden cutting boards are over there. Miss Maggie pointed to a bottom cabinet. Grab whatever you think you'll need. Lena picked 2 large bamboo boards and got to work. I heard you flew out to Seattle, Miss Doris said, cutting bell peppers into wide strips. I did. It's not a bad flight, and the city is beautiful. Lena arranged various cheeses on a board, scattering crackers, nuts, and dried fruit around them. Did you get a chance to see much? You were only there for a couple of days. Miss Maggie transferred the sausage balls onto a platter. I walked around while Mark was meeting with the team. It's nice, Lena said. Very different from here, though. I hear it rains a lot. Miss Doris switched from peppers to cucumbers. We got lucky. Lena thought back on the 2 full days she had to wander around the city. It was cold though. Any snow? Miss Maggie asked when the doorbell rang. Lena shook her head, watching her walk out of the kitchen and toward the front door. Snow is overrated, if you ask me, Miss Doris said. She arranged the cut vegetables on a platter, placing a container of ranch dip in the center. Did I hear the doorbell ring? Olivia asked, stepping into the kitchen. You did. Maggie is taking care of it, Miss Doris said. Anything I can do? Olivia looked around the kitchen. You can take this out to the living room. Miss Doris handed her the vegetable platter. And then come back for the sausage balls. Olivia did as asked and had barely left the room when Miss Maggie entered with Julianne and her fiancé in tow. I'm so glad you could make it. Lena smiled at Mark's colleague. She'd heard a lot about the woman and their close friendship during the trip. As am I. Julianne's smile was big. This is Peter, my fiancé. It's nice to meet you. Lena shook the man's hand. He was quite a bit older than her and had the look of a distinguished college professor. Why don't the 2 of you join the rest of the crowd in the living room? Miss Maggie suggested. Mark is out there somewhere. He'll introduce you to everyone else. Julianne laughed. Thanks. I think I met almost everyone at the stargazing events. Do you have a wine glass I can borrow? Lena asked when they left. Both women looked at her like she'd lost her marbles. Lena chuckled. There's this neat little thing you can do to make sliced meat roses. Miss Maggie shook her head and walked into the living room. She returned with a wine glass a moment later. You might want to give this a rinse. I'm not sure when we used it last. Lena washed it and took it to the table. Miss Doris walked over, watching her closely as she arranged slice after slice of hard salami around the rim of the glass, overlapping the pieces. Then you flip it over, Lena said, while turning the glass onto the cutting board. And voila! Impressive. Miss Doris leaned closer, eyeing the simple creation across her thin-rimmed spectacles. I'll have to try this. Nothing to it. Lena was happy working in the kitchen with the woman. She felt like she was part of a family, something she hadn't had in quite a while. Everything okay here? Mark strolled into the kitchen and put his arm around her. He brushed a quick kiss on her cheek before stealing a slice of the cranberry-studded white cheddar she was arranging next to the salami rows on the second board. Everything's fine. Can you carry one of these into the living room for me? Lena draped slices of cured ham on the board before adding a small dish of pickles and a couple of serving knives and forks. You've got it. He picked up the tray and waited for her to follow. Lena turned around and looked at the women behind her. Is there anything else I can do? Both shook their heads. We'll be right behind you, Mark's mother said. Daniel barged into the living room as Lena was arranging the boards on the coffee table, almost bumping into her. He held up his phone. Big news. Something good, I hope, Mark's father said. Daniel grinned from one ear to the next. The best. Miss Maggie and Miss Doris walked in, carrying the veggie plate and a bowl of punch. Guess we'll be spending a good chunk of the new year traveling to the Arctic and Antarctic? Daniel asked. Seriously? Ethan rose and stared at his younger brother. What do you plan on doing there? Daniel laughed. What do you think? Filming the wildlife for a new docuseries. I don't have all the details, but from the sound of it, they're putting some big money behind this. How long will you be gone? His mother asked. My best guess is 4 or 5 months at a time. Daniel looked at the screen on his phone. I should be able to spend a few weeks here over the summer, and I'll definitely be back next Christmas. With quite a few stories to tell, I'm sure, James said. How about you? Miss Doris asked the oldest of the Winter brothers. When are you heading back out? First thing tomorrow morning. James leaned forward and grabbed a cracker and a piece of cheese. So soon? His mother asked. I don't have a choice. I can't afford to stay away more than a couple of days right now. James popped the food into his mouth. Lena watched Mark's father put his arm around Miss Maggie's shoulders, pulling her close. Let's turn the music back on. Zoe, Mark's cousin, got to her feet and put a new album on the turntable. The mood in the room brightened with the beat of the music, and before long, they were dancing and laughing. Wrapped in Mark's arms as they moved across the living room to the slow beat of a love song, Lena reveled in the feeling of joy and belonging that surrounded her. She stared up into his eyes, finding herself more in love with the man every day. It's almost time, Zoe called a few hours later. Lena bit back a yawn. Midnight was fast approaching, and she felt it in her bones. Holding up okay? Mark asked, bending down to whisper the words in her ear. Lena nodded. Here we go. Zoe stood in the center of the living room. 30 seconds to midnight. By the time they got to 10, the entire room was counting down. Happy New Year, they called in unison. Happy New Year, Mark repeated more softly, his gaze locked with hers. He lowered his head and captured her lips with his. Will you walk out into the garden with me for a minute? Mark asked a few minutes past midnight. Fresh air sounds like a good idea. Lena smiled up at him, suppressing another yawn. Are you sure? If you're too tired, I can drive you back to your place. Mark looked at her, his eyes roaming across her face. I'm fine, I promise. Lena took his hand in hers. Lead the way. Mark pulled her into the hallway and wrapped her jacket around her before grabbing his own. They stepped out of the front door and walked around the side of the house to the backyard. The night air was crisp and the sky above them clear. It's so quiet. Lena tilted her head as they made their way through his mother's kitchen garden. Behind them, light pulled out of the window, along with a hint of the laughter of their family and friends inside. It's nice. Mark led her through rows of empty garden beds to what she assumed was a flower garden. It is. She stepped closer, zipping up her jacket further. Cold? Mark asked, putting his arm around her and pulling her close. I'm good. Feeling a little chilly was an easy price to pay for a little time alone with him. Especially here. Despite the season and the lack of new growth, this garden felt special. Like a sanctuary, a secret place hidden away from the rest of the farm. Look up. Mark leaned back his head, and she followed suit. The stars above were bright, shining clearly in the cloudless sky. Her eyes roamed the vast space, taking in the expanse that was planets and suns further away than she could wrap her head around. Under the night sky, the hustle and bustle of the past few weeks felt like they were worlds away. It's beautiful. Lena sighed. It is, Mark said. Penny for your thoughts? I was thinking about the first time we did this together. Did what? Mark asked. The night we looked up at the Christmas star. Mark chuckled. Saturn and Venus in conjunction. Yes, the Christmas star. Lena was lost in memories of that night and every other time they'd looked at the stars together. When he cleared his throat, she looked down and let out a gasp. Mark was down on one knee, holding out a ring. The faint light of the stars above caught on the round diamond. Marry me. Yes. There wasn't a shred of doubt in her heart. How could there be when he was looking at her with so much love in his eyes? It took her breath away. Yes? Yes, 100 times yes. She held out her hand and Mark slipped the ring on her finger. The design was simple and suited her perfectly. The white gold band was a little loose, but that was an easy fix. She couldn't love it more. There's an inscription inside, Mark said, his eyes glued to her hand. What does it say? Lena asked, unwilling to take the ring back off. It's a set of numbers. Mark's lips twitched with amusement. Coordinates. Coordinates to what? Lena asked. Not what, where. He took her hand in his fingers wrapping around hers and the ring. The coordinates to this place. Palmar Island? He nodded. When he let go of her hand, she touched the ring. It was so much more than a promise of a future together. It's a map, she said. To lead us back home, no matter where life takes us. The end. This has been Starlit Wishes. Written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2024 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2024 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.